to win, we feel, for Sri Lanka. It's a must-win game for them. Expo Lanka, on the other hand, a very strong side. They won their games. They'll be looking to post 250 plus on the scoreboard, as Samir Reddy Soisa said at the toss. Short delivery, dug in, ducks under it. Completion of the first over, good one. Very steady there from the bowler. But they're going as the MCA Premier League. The tournament is for the headings of the MCA Premier League. Today's officials, senior umpires, Chandrika Amarasinghe, officiate in the center with Asanka Nanekara, already another senior umpire. Our scorers for today. Mr. Chandana Mahesh is our match referee. So passing the Dilshan, the skipper has taken the ball. Driven on the offside. We're having a slight technical issue, but it will be sorted quickly. Bear with us till then. This bowling from the Vijay Rama end, passing the Dilshan. He won the toss, selected to bowl first on a fresh wicket here. It's interesting to see how much assistance the fast bowlers will get. A lot of grass cover on that surface, but I don't think it's going to really seam or move around quite a lot. Pick up a single. Dilshan D'Souza, he's been in very good form, as we saw in the club tournament. The major clubs, SSC major clubs 50 over tournament. Dilshan D'Souza scored a lot of runs. Very strong lineup, this lineup today for Expo Lanka. As I mentioned, a lot of club players. The entire side backed up of club players, with Lakshan Sandhaka, an international player, Nishan Piris as well in this lineup, Nimesh Gunasinghe, Himansha Leenage, Roscoe Tatil, Malsa Tarupati, Manasa Madhubhashana, and Hivin Kenula. He bowled brilliantly for Moors in that last season. He'll be looking to continue his good form, the youngster. So it's a big lineup Sri Lanka facing. He's been on the money so far. The skipper passing the Dilshan, a much younger, inexperienced side. This is the surface, as you see, just a touch of brown there, just on near the batting crease, but the rest it's very greenish. Lots of grass, not really cut in or rolled in. A new wicket here. Down the leg side, called a wide by umpire Amar Singh. Slight bit of a movement. Been good carry so far. Taking a look at the points table, Expo Lanka on top. They have played 2 games, 1-2. DFCC Bank have played 2, 1-1. Now look, have played 2, 1-1. Singer have played 2, lost both, so it's a big game. They have to win this game today, Singer. It's outside the off stump and left alone. He's bowling in good areas. It's outside the off stump, but quite a long over so far. From Kavindu Nirman is operating now into his second over. Pasindu Ilishan 1 over for 3. Kavindu Nirman is into his second over, is considered 4-7 without loss. He's getting a bit of movement slightly away from the right hand. Quite a strong action, strong lad. But into a much more experienced lineup for Expo Lanka. That's very well bowled. Sliding down the leg side a bit. Right on the money and the block hole. With outside the off stump. Signal wide by umpire Amar Singh. Just pick up a single. So far, Singh Sri Lanka have done well. They bowled in the correct channels, not given away anything at all, not made life easy for the 2 Expo Lanka batters. 3 overs done, 9 without loss. Beats the bat outside the off stump. Passing to Dilshan, the skipper into his second over. Looking to drive on the up, Dilshan D'Souza. He's faced 15 deliveries for his 4 so far. Looking to give himself some room, looking to drive through the offside, but once again, that was too full, right in the block hole. Still to find the boundary in this innings. Expo Lanka. Right in the block hole. Again, defensively played. So steady bowling so far by the two opening bowlers. They bowled in good areas. They kept things very simple, not express pace. Both similar kind of bowlers, tall, hit the deck. Just trying to get that ball to move around. As you see, this is a good shot. Showing some aggression, Dilshan D'Souza. He's had enough. Just giving himself that bit of room, coming down the track a step or two, taking it on the full. Straight back past the bowler. So the first boundary for today to end the fourth over. It's a 15 without loss. Again on the mark. Young Janish Kaushal trying to get off strike. Once again, a very good delivery just outside the off stump. A bit of a lift for the bowler, Kavindu Nirmana. You just feel that the wicket is sort of too pace. Some deliveries tend to travel quickly to the wicket keeper. I think if it hits that grassy area, but on a fuller length, you could see the ball dying a bit. It's a very new surface. There's been a lot of cricket played at the MCA, so understandably there is not much time for the ground staff to do any preparations with the D division, C division matches both conducted. Soft hands. Slow delivery. But Expo Lanka won't mind it. They'll keep wickets in hand because they have a powerful batting lineup and short boundaries here. They can really explode with the likes of Himashal Leenage, Roscoe Tatil, Nimasha Gunasinghe to come. Not forgetting Samir, so he's a very experienced captain. Malcha Tarupati certainly can bat. That's in there, but safe. That will travel. So 4 runs. So Janet Kaushal picking up his first boundary today. Streaky, but he won't mind it. He's got the boundary. First 5 overs have been completed. It's a 19 without loss. This is after Singha Sri Lanka won the toss and elected to bowl first in this game versus Expo Lanka, the MCA Premier League, the B Division tournament. Expo Lanka have played 1-2. Singha have lost both their games, so it's a much important game for Singha Sri Lanka. So 19 without loss after the first 5 overs. We'll have Eric Gowda to take you through for the next 5.
So good morning to all our viewers who will be watching this game, this MCA Premier League game, Division B. Hits the wickets at the non-striker's end, but the bowler hadn't got a finger or a foot on that. Non-strike was out of the crease, but certainly no damage done. Janik Kushal was looking for the single, but since the ball hit the non-striker's wickets, well, there's no damage done. Still 19 for no wicket after 5.1. Projected score 184. So Singha Sri Lanka won the toss, selected to field first, put Expo Lanka into bat. Strong Expo Lanka side. Nice morning out here at the MCA grounds in Colombo. The sun not beaming down at the moment, so it'll be comfortable conditions for the players in the middle as well. We're in the 6th over of the action. Good use of the feet down the track, lofts that on the offside. One bounce to the boundary for 4. That's well played by Dilshan D'Souza. He doesn't like to be tied down. Takes the Expo Lanka total under 23 for no wicket. D'Souza moves to 13. So in these limited overs games, the power play overs very important for any batting side to get as many runs as possible. So Bastian Dilshan, none for 13 from 2.3 overs. A bit of a chat with the captain as well. Field well spread. He's got a slip in place. The backward point, a point. Extra cover and a mid-off on the offside. On the onside, a short fine leg, deep backward square leg and a deep mid-on. Plenty of gaps on the onside. Well bowled. Came back strongly, Dilshan, after being hit for 4 in the previous delivery. So Janit Kaushal, the non-striker, is on 6 of 13 deliveries. Dilshan Desai is on 13 of 21. He's on strike. So the deep backward square leg moving in to the 30-yard circle as well. So he's got the short fine leg, a backward square leg in the 30-yard circle, and the deep mid-on, that's the onside field. Slow ball, well played, took it to the full, played on the onside as deep mid-on had to move to his right very quickly. The batsman crossed for one. Takes Dilshan Desai on to 14 of 22 deliveries. Expo Lanka on to 24 for no wicket after 5.5 overs. Janit Kaushal on strike. Outside the line of off stump, shoulders, arms is Janit Kaushal. Ends the over, 6 completed. And Expo Lanka are 24 for no wicket. There we are the two teams of this game. Singer Sri Lanka, Pasid Dilshan, Asanta Basanayaka, Danuja Indurova, Danos De Silva, and Hiruna Galage. Kaushita Kodituaku, Kavindu Nirmana, Sandun Fernando, making up the bulk of that Singer Sri Lanka team. So Kavindu Nirmana to bowl his fourth over, none for 10 his figures. He's bowling from the pavilion end. Got a slip in place with the third man, backward point. Pulled on the onside. A chase on for deep mid-on. The batsman crossed the one. So the outfield is not as quick as it used to be a couple of weeks ago because we had some rain in Colombo in recent days. And the MCA grounds, certainly very lush indeed. Nice outfield. Good wickets to play on. So Expo Lanka move on 25 for no wicket after 6.1. Current run rate 4.05. They'll want to do better than that. Short. Leg stump worked very nicely on the onside. Again, deep mid-on, there's the fielding running across to his right. So one more run taken. Only a single. 26 for no wicket. Expo Lanka. Janit Kaushal is on 7 of 15. Brings the Dilshan Desai to take strike again. He's on 15 of 23 balls. He's shown aggression as well. He wants to get the scoreboard moving. Not afraid to hit the ball in there. Too short. Wide called, quite rightly so, over the batsman's head, in fact. Got to be careful when you bowl those short deliveries. It's got to be perhaps in the batsman's eye line. You can't bowl over the head. When you bowl that short and you bend your back, nicely played off the back foot, straight to extra cover. So you got a slip in place, the third man. The backward point, a point extra cover, and the mid-off. That's the offside field. On the onside, a short fine leg, a deep backward square leg, and a deep mid-on. So indications that bowler is trying to bowl about the line of off stump or just outside the line of off stump to make the batsman play. Dilshan Desai, he knows that. Desai shoulders, arms outside the line of off stump. Not tempted. Wicketkeeper collects. So the projected score says 203, the current run rate 4.05. They'll want to go better than that for sure. Expo Lanka, they've got a good batting side. They've won both games they've played so far. They want to keep that winning momentum on a roll today as well. Again, outside the line of off stump. No stroke offered by Dilshan D'Souza. So 2 dot balls, the last 2. First power play over was so important, in fact, to try and get as many runs as possible, not lose wickets, and that's what Expo Lanka has done so well so far. Not lost any wickets. Last ball, the 7th over coming up. Nirmana. Nice play off the pads on the onside, down to deep mid wicket. Again, the deep mid on runs across doing the fielding. The batsman crossed for 1, ends the over 7 completed. Expo Lanka 28 for no wicket. So there's the scorecard so far. Dilshan D'Souza and Janit Kaushal opening the batting. The wicket-keeper himself at number 2. And look at the batting lineup for Expo Lanka. There's 5 extras so far in this innings. 7 overs completed, 28 for no wicket. Rasko Tatil also in the equation for Expo Lanka. So passes the Dilshan to bowl his 4th over, none for 14 his figures. 8th of the innings. Slow ball, but a full toss pulled away on the onside. That's a good shot. Has he got enough legs to get to the boundary? Does right now. That's well played from Dilshan D'Souza. It's very, very severe on anything that's a full toss or a short delivery. And that's a poor delivery from passing to Dilshan. Got the treatment. So D'Souza moves on 20 of 28 balls, a total up to 32 for no wicket. So passing to Dilshan trying to bowl that slow ball. It's gone all wrong with the full toss. Off the back foot this time, nicely played between the backward point and extra cover, down towards the boundary it goes. Picked up just inside, the outfield not quick enough, not enough legs to carry the ball to the boundary. The batsmen come back for 2. Takes Expo Lanka on to 34 for no wicket. We're in the 8th over, 7.2 overs completed. Dilshan D'Souza moves on 22 of 29 balls. Janit Kaushal on 7 of 15 with the non-strikers in. Again, outside the line of off stump, shoulders, arms is D'Souza. He's quite prepared to play the waiting game. He wants those loose deliveries like full tossers, short pitch balls, balls with a lot of width. That's what he's waiting for. He's not really interested in playing those balls just outside the line of off stump to get an edge to the wicket keeper or the slip put in place. Well, the slip has now disappeared to a short third man, a backward point, extra cover, and a deep mid off on the offside. Again, outside the line of off stump, Dilshan D'Souza followed that for a moment and thought it's better to let it go to the wicket keeper. So onside they got the short fine leg, a backward square leg, and a mid wicket. The deep mid on has been taken out, brought towards mid wicket. So plenty of gaps on the offside and onside, on the off and the onside, at the mid off and mid on. But a man now drops towards mid on. Play gently on the onside. That mid on fielder comes in, does the fielding, so a dot ball. 34 for no wicket to Expo Lanka. Put into bat today by Singer Sri Lanka. It's Mercantile B Division Premier League game played at the MCA grounds. on about the leg stump and pushed again on the onside by Dilshan D'Souza. Another dot ball. So he ends the over. 8 overs completed. Expo Lanka 34 for no wicket, with Dilshan D'Souza on 22 and Janet Kaushal on 7. So there we are. That's the little summary of this inning so far. 5 extras after 8 overs, 34 for no wicket. So coming to Nirmana, the bowler 4 overs, none for 14, and Dilshan 4 overs, none for 20. 18 and 14 dot balls respectively. Janet Kaushal will take strike. Changes the bowling as Dhanush De Silva comes in. So we're going to see spin for the first time in this game. Lots of teams concentrate so much on spinners. So De Silva has played 37 matches, 45 innings, picked up 86 wickets, the best being 7 for 54. Economy rate is very good, 2.93. So he'll want to make an impression for Singer Sri Lanka in this game. First ball thumped on the offside by Kaushal towards extra cover. There's no chance of run. The ball travelled very quickly to the fielder. We look at the field. He's got a slip in place. A backward point, a point, extra cover. A short extra cover and a mid-off. And on the onside, he's got that man at long on, a deep mid-wicket and a backward square leg. Checked his shot at the last moment. Want to go for a big heave on the onside, but played out towards long on. They'll pick up a single. So Janet Kaushal moves on to 8. And Expo Lanka total out to 35 for no wicket. We're in the 9th over. As Dilshan D'Souza on 22 of 33 takes guard again. Dhanush De Silva, the left arm spinner. So D'Souza playing the waiting game as well. Quite prepared for that. He knows he's got to bat long and bat deep for Expo Lanka. Nicely played. Waited for that off the back foot. Just worked it out on the onside. The bowler runs across to his right to do the fielding. The batsman crosses for 1. So we come to the last ball of the 9th over. 36 no wicket, Expo Lanka. Being put into bat today by Singer Sri Lanka. Well bowled this time. Janet Kaushal in 2 minds. Checked his shot, played on the onside. Ends the over, 9 completed. Expo Lanka 36, so no wicket after 9. With Janet Kaushal on 8 and Dilshan D'Souza on 23. So there's the batting card for Expo Lanka. So after 9 overs, 36 no wicket, Expo Lanka. They've really dominated in this tournament. They played 2 matches, 1-2, lead the table with 8 points. DFCC Bank in second place. They played 2-1-1 and 4 points. Navaloka Hospitals as well as played 2 and 1-1. They've got 3 points. Singer Sri Lanka still to register a win after 2 games. Driven nicely on the onside. That's running out to his long on boundary. Fielder is after it. He won't get there. The ball beats him to the boundary for 4. That's well played again by Dilshan D'Souza. Takes him on 27 and takes Expo Lanka on to 40 for no wicket. Now the full toss and gets the treatment. The moment he bowls full tossers or you give the batsman too much of width, well, you're going to pay for that. Indru into his first over. This one's played gently on the offside towards backward point. There's no chance of run. The ball travelling very quickly down to the fielder. Expo Lanka 40 for no wicket after 9.2. They'll want a good start from D'Souza and Kaushal. That's what they'll want to build up on a good total after 50 overs. Danuja Induvara, none for 4 of 2 balls. Again short, but D'Souza on the back foot, plays down the track for the bowler to field on his follow through. Current run rate 4.21. For any side in limited overs cricket, you get a good opening stand. The openers give you a good stand and put on runs on the board. Quite easy for the batsman to come, take advantage of that. Another full toss, hit away on the onside. Down towards deep mid wicket for 4. No stopping that this time. 2 poor deliveries got the treatment. Induvara will realize that those 2 full tosses have yielded 2 boundaries. Takes Dilshan D'Souza 31 of 39 and takes Expo Lanka to 44 for no wicket after 9.4. D'Souza knows that he's going to get full tosses and half pitch deliveries. He waits for those. Very short down the leg side, wide call, quite rightly so. So Danuja Induvara has lost it, in fact. Hit for a boundary, then the next delivery, very short down the leg side. As a bowler, you must realize the moment you get hit for 4 to come back strongly, put the batsman under pressure. But the batsman had no pressure at all. Edge down to a short, fine leg. The batsman crossed for a single. Leg by called, in fact, from the umpire. That's 1 more to extras. Takes it to a 6. Total on 46, so no wicket. The last ball, the 10th over coming up. Janet Kaushal on strike. He's on 8 of 19 deliveries. Given good support to Dilshan D'Souza. Very short indeed. The wicketkeeper gets a glove to it. They look at a single but change their mind at the last moment. Got to end the overs, so there we are. 10 overs completed. And Expo Lanka 46 no wicket with Kaushal on 8 and D'Souza on 31. So 7 extras so far in this total of 46 no wicket after 10 overs. Current run rate 4.60. Danush De Silva to bowl his second over. Went for 2 runs the first over. The left arm spinner in operation.
So Danush De Silva 1 over for 2 so far. Dilshan D'Souza looking good. Slow start, but has picked up his strike rate 31 of 40. Janet Kaushal taking his time. So 46 without loss. Singer would have wanted some early wickets after winning the toss, selecting to bowl first. Since haven't gone their way. Current run rate 4.60. Leading edge on the offside. Expo Lanka played 2-1-2, so they have 6 points and 2 bonus points. They have on 8 points, well up on that ladder and looking set for another big score here. DFCC in second place have played 2-1-1, lost 1. They have a total of 4 points with the bonus point. They're in second place. Navaloka in third place. Played 2-1-1, lost 1, but no bonus point for Navaloka, so they're on 3 points. Singha Sri Lanka played 2-1, lost 2. So it's a must-win game for them to keep some chance in this tournament. And hoping that Navaloka Hospitals will lose their next game against the FCC. Still, all these 4 teams, even though the point system in this league will vary and you'll end up first, second, third or fourth, have an opportunity. Appeal for an LBW, probably hitting him outside the off stump, says umpire Amar Singh. He was walking across his stumps, Janet Kaushal. We'll take a look at that one. Yeah, hit him outside the off stump. Once that happens, it cannot be given out LBW. So like I mentioned, this tournament is played in the IPL system. So we'll have a qualifier and an eliminator. The top 2 teams after the league will play the qualifier. The winner goes straight to the finals. The loser will play the 2 teams that play the eliminator. So still all 4 teams have opportunities, but the top 2 will have a much or easier passage through to the final. 11 done, 47 without loss. Kavindu Nirmana 4 overs for 14. Pasindu Dilshan 4 overs for 20. And Dhanush De Silva 2 overs for 3. And Dhanuj Indurua, his first over was expensive, went for 9. Ball is medium pace. We remember what he did in that semi-final of the SLC Major Leagues team when Police were playing Coles. He came in and picked up 4 wickets in the middle. Then Indurua picked up a big wickets like the likes of Angelo Matthews, Dhananjay Lakshan. Was a bit of medium pace. Can take the batsman by surprise. We saw a lot of players in that game at the CCC grounds going for the pull shot, miscuing or mistiming and getting caught. Beats the bat outside the off stump. Just fishing at it. Not much of footwork by Janet Kaushal. You could see his feet really not moving. Running it down towards the third man. So they're picking up the singles quite easily, rotating the strike 3 of this over so far. Chipped in the air. Safe at the end. It certainly can create a bit of problem with the ball if you bowl stump to stump. Hard to get away, not to express. Mixes up his pace really well. This is good bowling. Keeping it tight. 12 overs done, 51 without loss. Projected score is 213, but they'll be looking to get 250 plus with the batting they have. Certainly can push on the accelerator later on in this innings. Remember, these games are played under the ICC rules. So two balls will be used up to the 35th over. Then the captain can decide which ball he wants to continue with for the final 15. Or the final 16, beg your pardon, 34th over. Dhanush De Silva is settling into a good line and length. Not been easy to get him away. Left arm spinner. We haven't seen real aggression. They just played normal cricket so far. Dilshan De Silva, of course, he's a good player and he's been the chief contributor. Just pinching the singles. Oh, there is a bit of an overthrow. What happened there? A bit of lazy fielding, we may call it. Too casual in their approach that time. Singer giving away extra run. Every run is vital. So 5 runs off the over so far. It's gone. Chipping it back to the bowler. This is a big wicket. Dilshan De Silva trying to work it on the onside. Gets a leading edge. Comfortable catch for the bowler on his follow through. He had to just wait for it. He was bowling well, as I mentioned. He was bowling in good areas. Not letting the batters get away. He was looking to play towards mid-on, mid-wicket. Played too early. And a simple chance back to the bowler. So first wicket down for Expo Lanka Holdings. Dilshan De Silva is a corner bowler. Dhanush De Silva for 37. So this is interesting. As we start a new over, they'll pick up a single. Janat Kaushal. Nishan Piris has come into bat. So it says Nishan Piris, who is come out to bat. Interested to see him coming up the order. And you have the likes of Roscoe Tatil, Nimesh Gunasinghe, Himanshu Lienage. But Nishan Piris probably has got a promotion. Bit of a bottom edge. Sri Lanka have done well in the last few overs to try and bring back this strike rate or the run rate. Picking up a wicket has also helped them. Always helpful to get a new batter in. Opportunity for another wicket. Then Jindru operating from one end, keeping things quiet. It's good to see Sri Lanka back playing the top divisions of MCA cricket. For a while played in the lower divisions. Once a real force. Good to see the likes of Expo Lanka having contracted players also been involved in this tournament. Giving opportunity for many. This Expo Lanka side can definitely play in the A division because they have a very strong lineup. They have the players to compete in an A division tournament of this MCA tournament, no doubt. This is a good over. Just 3 runs from Induru. 14 done, 59 for 1. So Dhanush De Silva continues. He's to the offside, another single. Another dot ball. So 2 dot balls on the trot. He's bowling really well. Another dot ball. On the mark so far. Dhanush De Silva has been exceptional into his fourth over. Just 8 runs. Looking to go big, Nishan Pires. He's not an out and out top order batter. That's why I'm surprised that they're sending him. Maybe to get some quick runs. Maybe to give him some exposure out in the middle. Some opportunities. This is excellent bowling. Just the 1 run off that over. 5 overs or 15 overs completed. Current run rate 4 runs per over. It's 60 for the loss of 1 wicket.
So Sri Lanka has done well to get some momentum back in the game. First ball, the new over. Dhanuja Induvara is fourth over. Dot ball. Johnny Kaushal having a mighty heave of that outside the line of off stump. Doesn't make contact. The run rate has dropped to 3.96 with the departure of D'Souza. Pretty much a soft dismissal when D'Souza is out caught and bowled by the bowler. Slow ball down the leg side. Wide call, beats the wicket keeper, beats the fine leg to the boundary for 4. So 5 runs to Expo Lanka. It's got to be re-bowled as well. That's a very poor delivery. Look at that. The pitcher just takes off. The wicketkeeper had no chance to gather that. So 65 for 1 in the 16th. Again short. And Kaushal ducks under that. Wicketkeeper collects another short delivery. Induvara none for 21 from his 3.2 overs. Nishan Pires, a non-striker, then he's on 1. He's faced 9 balls, so pretty tight bowling towards Nishan Pires as well. Played down to fine leg. Looking for 2, but they settled for a single, returned on its way. They got to look for those second runs. Put the pressure on the fielder. That's what must be done. You can't take that first run very casually and then look for the second. The first run must be taken hard, especially when the ball runs down towards that fine leg region, the sweeper cover region or deep mid wicket, long on, long off. Those are areas that batsmen must look for the second run. Short extra doesn't feel cleanly. Mid-off has to cover up and do the fielding. The batsman cross for 1. So the moment you start giving these extra runs away, puts the pressure on the bowlers. That's where Sri Lanka will have to really realize to stop every single run, to put the pressure on the batting side. Expo Lanka, they've played well. They've won 2 matches of the 2 they've played. Again short. Just dubbed out of the offside towards point for a single. So 7 of the over so far with the 4 wides. And the last ball, the 16th coming up. Nishan Pires on strike. He's on 2. Janet Kaushal on strike on 16. Again short, pulled on the onside, straight to mid-wicket. Very soft dismissal again. Nishan Peris just find the fielder. No great power in the shot. And mid-wicket takes the catch and says, thank you very much. And Expo Lanka lose their second wicket. So, using Nishan Peris at number 3, not really working off for Expo Lanka. It's gone for 2. We look at that again. There we are. A short delivery. Pulls it on the onside. And a straightforward catch. A very simple catch to mid-wicket. So Expo Lanka 68 for 2 after 16 overs. Dhanuja Induvara takes his first wicket. Galage picks up the catch of Induvara. So this experiment doesn't really work out for Expo Lanka. Projector score 213. In the meantime, the umpires have called out the drinks that follow that wicket. So Induvara has completed his 4th over. 1 for 24 his figures. The first ball that over was a poor delivery down the leg side, went for 4 wides. He had conceded 7 runs in the first 5 deliveries. And the last ball, he picked up the wicket of Peris. Rather a bonus for Induvara. So 16 overs completed, and Expo Lanka 68 for 2. Projected score is 213. They'll want to go past that for sure. They want to put pressure on the Singer Sri Lanka bowlers as well. So this is the Mercantile B Division. MCA Premier League tournament game being played at the MCA grounds between Singer Sri Lanka and Expo Lanka A. And there's the scorecards of Expo Lanka Holdings. The first to go was Dilshan D'Souza. A very soft dismissal again. Went for 37. So Roscoe Tasil comes out to the middle. A very experienced campaigner who's played a lot of cricket. Played at school level, then at club level. So batting at number 4 is Tasil. And there's the pet of the MCA grounds. Well, he's on the ground as well with the ground staff. Very friendly with all who come to this ground. Keeps following people around. So he walks off with the ground staff as well. Right, so can Singer Sri Lanka get the advantage once again? They picked up 2 wickets now. They'll need to pick up a few more wickets. They've got to start dominating Expo Lanka. This is going to be a crucial partnership. Tasil has played 15 matches. And there we are. His statistics as well. And here's Danush De Silva. The left-arm spinner into his 5th over. 1 for 8 his figures. He's bowled rather tidily so far. Check the batsman shot is Janit Kaushal. He was in 2 minds. He wanted to drive on the offside. Checked his shot and played gently on the offside towards extra cover. Sweep. Sweeps well. Beats the fielder down at backward square leg, who covers a lot of ground, picks up and returns to the wicket keeper. Batsman crosser 1. So brings Roscoe Tasil to take strike for the first time in this innings. 69 for 2, Expo Lanka. There's the return coming in. Awkward bounce to the wicket keeper, but he did well to recover. Almost a caught-in ball. Almost a leading edge, in fact. Coming forward, pushing out gently on the offside. The ball ballooned, but didn't reach the bowler. Couple of dot balls to the new batsman as well. Good use of feet. Flicks it on the onside, backward square, short fine leg, picks up. The batsman crossed over and thus the end of the over. 17 completed. Expo Lanka 70 for 2 after 17 overs with Kaushal on 17 and Tatil on 1. Current run rate 4.12. There's the partnerships in this innings for Expo Lanka. 56 for first wicket, 12 for the second. So Nimesha Gunasinghe, the next man due to come in. Danuja Induvara to continue his fifth over, 1 for 24 his figures. Debs down on that towards the backward point, no chance of a run. The ball travels quickly down there. So you got the backward point, a third man, sweeper cover, extra cover in mid-off, that's the offside field. On the onside, they got the deep mid-wicket, a mid-wicket, and a mid-on. The sun beaming through the clouds at the moment. So it'll be another hot and humid day in Colombo. Opens the face to the bat, runs it down to third man, is Tatil, he picks up a single for that. Takes him on to 2. And the total moves along to 71 for 2. We're in the 18th over. So we're losing 2 new balls in this inning. And after the 34th over, the fielding side captain has the option of picking which ball he likes to use for the balance 16 overs. Again short, nicely played. Oh, here we are. Total mix-up for the 2 batsmen. Janet Kaushal was looking for the single, is down the track, and Roscoe Tatil had not moved. But in the end, they realized the ball was traveling very slowly to that mid-wicket position. And in the end, they complete the single quite easy. There we go. There we are. $72 for 2. Thick edge down to third man, picked up inside the boundary. Batsman crosser 1, one more to Roscoe Tatil, takes him to 3. He faced 6 balls so far, 73 for 2. We've got 17.4 overs completed so far. Induvara 1 for 27 from 4.4. Janet Kaushal on strike is at 18 of 40 balls. He's opened the batting. He's batted a long time. He must make it count now for his side. Nice to play it again. Works it off the hip down towards backward square leg. Picked up and the return comes to wicket keeper. They pick up 1 more run. So singles there for the asking. The 4 balls bowled so far by Induvara. 4 singles conceded. And the last ball, the 18th coming up. Tatil on strike. Drive straight to backward point. The ball travels very quickly down there. No chance of run. Ends the over as well. 18 completed. And Expo Lanka 74 for 2. So MCA Premier League 2025. Expo Lanka versus Singa Sri Lanka, the game on at the moment at the MCA grounds in Colombo. Batsman out, D'Souza made 37. Pires made 2. So change the bowling. Asant Basanaka comes on to bowl from the pavilion end. Janet Kaushal on strike is a 19 of 41 balls. He's faced 41 balls, so he's got to really make his innings count at the moment. And there's Basanaka's statistics. Played 3 matches. Best bowling figures 2 for 14. He rate is 8.43, not the best. And the average being 33. Today he'll have to do much better than that. He's up against very formidable opponents in Expo Lanka, who've played 2 matches so far in this Premier League for 2025. Won both matches. Seeing Sri Lanka still no success. They played 2 games. This is their 3rd game. Still to win a match. So Kaushal on strike. As Basanaka makes sure his field is well set. Little chat with the captain, think tank and the bowler. Some strategies being worked out. Gentle medium pace, I think, is Basanaka. Again, adjustments to field. The man at mid-wicket being dropped to a deep mid-wicket position. Played his soft hands out towards the offside, extra cover, no chance of run. So they got the short third man, backward point, a point extra cover, and a long off on the offside with a sweeper cover. Very strong offside field. On the onside, they got a long on, a deep mid-wicket to the boundary, and a short fine leg. Flicked him on the onside. Plenty of gaps on the field on the onside. The batsman ambled through for a single. So takes Janet Kaushal on 20. Expo Lanka move on to 75 for 2 after 18.3 overs. Brings Roscoe Chatil on 3 to take strike. He's faced 7 balls so far. And there's the current run rate, 4.05. Now adjustments the field. The left-hander on strike. So the man who was at a mid-wicket being moved to a mid-on position. So he got a short fine leg, a deep mid-wicket, a mid-on and a long on the onside. On the offside, he's got that wide mid-off, a sweeper cover, a backward point, extra cover. Nicely played. Sweeper cover into the act. The batsman cross for 1. Takes Tatil on to 4 and takes Expo Lanka to 76 for 2. Again back to the right-hander, so the field changes over for the right-hander again. When you got a left-hand, right-hand combination in the middle, a lot of work for the fielding side. Play the soft hands. Looks for 1 is Janet Kaushal, sent back by Roscoe Tatil. So the projected score at 202. I'm pretty sure the Expo Lanka is looking to make more than that. There's the current run rate, 4.04. Again, flicked away on the onside. Lots of gaps on the onside. Sweeper has deep mid-wicket. Has a lot of work to do. In throws to wicket keeper. Batsman cross for 1. End of the over. 19 completed. Expo Lanka 77 for 2 with Tatil on 4 and Kaushal on 21. Once again, the scorecard, there's the extras, call on 13 extras because it was helped along with that 4 wides that came the way of Expo Lanka. That was really a bonus to the batting side, Expo Lanka. And look at D'Souza, top score 37. Kaushal is there on 21, not out. Nishan Peris, disappointing, made just 2. And Roscoe Tatil, the number 4 batsman, is on 4, not out. So he has a strike at the moment. Sandun Fernando to bowl his first over on the far end of the grounds. And looking at his field on the onside, he's got that short fine leg, deep backward square leg on the boundary, deep mid wicket on the boundary, a mid on and a long on also on boundary. Oh, full toss. Hit away on the offside. Where is that gone? It's gone on the off towards the sweeper region. They pick up only a single that time, so Tathil couldn't really make use of that. Oh, it was Janit Kaushal who had the strike that time. Yes, the right-hander brings Tathil on strike now. 78 for 2 after 19.1. Flighted, driven on the offside towards long off by Tathil for a single. Takes Expo Lanka to 79 for 2 after 19.2 overs. Run rate at the moment 4.09. Sweep shot played by Janit Kaushal for another single. The ball runs down towards deep backward square leg on the boundary. So Expo Lanka moving to the 80s, 80 for 2 after 19.3. And now with the left-hander on strike, the deep backward square leg comes down towards backward point. They got a short third man as well. Again flighted. Thick edge down towards short third. Along the ground, of course. Good is the feed by Tathil. Drives on the onside. No field at deep mid wicket. And that hits the boundary now. Umpire calls for Tathil, picks up a boundary. That's well played indeed. Takes the pressure off the batting side. And takes Expo Lanka on to 84 for 2 after 19.5. And takes Tathil on to 9. There we go. Good use of the feet. Hits it on the onside. He knows that's a vacant region. So the last ball, the 20th coming up. Sandun Fernando, none for 7 from the 5 balls he's bowled so far. Again flighted, driven to the offside, straight to short extra cover. That ends the over. 20 overs completed and Expo Lanka 84 for 2. Roscoe Tathil on 9, Janit Kaushal on 23.
So 20 done, 84 for 2. Janit Kaushal on 23, taking his time. Roscoe Tathil is out there. The left-hander is on 9. So Singh have managed to keep the run in control, 4.20. Expo Lanka haven't been able to really get away. But still with 30 overs remaining, wickets in hand. They have players, quality players to come. So it's not going to be easy for Singh Sri Lanka. They have to keep chipping away. Basnaika, the bowler, into his second over. So that's a welcome boundary. Roscoe Tathil, a very good player, former Josephian. Played a lot of club cricket in the UK over the last couple of years. Has been consistently performing at domestic level. Played a couple of good innings in the recently concluded SLC Major Clubs tournament. Wasn't consistent enough for his team. Takes that from outside the off stump. Risky, but safe at the end. So 21 done. It's 93 for 2. A productive over that one for Expo Lanka. Janit Kaushal playing the anchor role at the moment. 24 for 50. The youngster just taking his time. The wicket probably a touch slow, though there's been some green grass at it. Probably a bit soft under. The wickets, Dilshan D'Souza was looking good. He was out for 37. And Nishan Piris was out as well. But they have Himanshu Leenage to come. So Sandun Fernando bowled his first over for 7. Straight back towards the bowler. So the spinners bowling in tandem at the moment, trying to control things. Expo Lanka will be looking to finish on top of their group in 1 and 2, because remember 1 and 2 will be playing the qualifier. The winner goes straight to the finals. The loser of that will have to play the winner of the 3rd and 4th. It's the IPL style format, eliminator and qualifier, giving all 4 teams an opportunity to be competitive to find a place in the final. It's just 4 teams. It's a small B division or the MCA Premier League, we may call it. This tournament sponsored, powered by Link Natural Products. That's the inaugural sponsor of this tournament, and we are coming to you live on Sporty.lk from wherever you are watching across the world. .22 done, 94 for 2. So 23rd over in progress. Asantha Basnayaka. He's doing the bowling into his 3rd over. Janit Kaushal, though, he's faced 54 deliveries. I was just going to mention that. Still doesn't look very comfortable. He gets an outside edge, he gets a boundary. But once again, streaky, not very convincing. Just poking his bat out at that one. He's very, very lucky there was no slip in position. Short third, could not come around. It was a straightforward slip catch if there was one. Though he's faced 55 deliveries, he's got to 29. He's never been comfortable at the crease, Janit Kaushal. Ajanta Basnayaka, just a slow medium, trying to bowl wicket to wicket, keep a tight line length, hoping the batters will make a mistake. These type of bowlers can be hard to get away when there isn't pace on the ball, especially if you can mix it up. But length is very crucial here at the MCA. You have a lot of short boundaries, especially straight. So you have to have your fielders in the right position, bowl to your field. Make sure the batters hit to a longer side of boundary. Square off the wicket. With the batter now batting at the Vijay Rama end. So probably deep mid wicket, square leg is the longer boundary. That's where you need the batter hit in. Roscoe Tatil trying to give himself some room, trying to milk it through the offside. Doesn't time it that well, just a single. Umpires Amar Singh and Asanka Nanekar out in the centre. Chandrika Amarasinghe and Asanka Nanekar officiating this MCA Premier League game. It will be interesting to see how the spinners bowl for Expo Lanka. We have Lakshant Sandakan, who will be in operation later. Good batting. He's then trying to keep rotating the singles, trying to rotate the strike. 100 on the board as well, 101 for 2 after 23 overs. Fourth over in progress. Sandon Fernando coming round the wicket. Just trying to cramp the batter, not give him any room. This is the modern day cricket. The off spinners bowl very less from over the wicket, unlike in the older days, especially in white ball cricket, whether it's a right hander or left hander. Roscoe Tatil has this problem that walking across his stumps. Tends to be an LBW candidate. Likes to play and plays the sweep shot really well, but also can be his downfall. Once again, you could see his leg stump was visible when he was coming down the track, but this time, has he got enough connection? Yes, he has. That's 6 into those hoardings. Using his feet well. That's what he was targeting in the last ball as well, missed out. But this time, hits a maximum. So he's going at over, run a ball 24 of 22. Takes it on the full. He loves that square leg mid-wicket region. This time goes for the reverse sweep. And into the gap. Beautifully played. That's well executed. When it comes off, it's really good to watch. You saw the field in. There was a backward point. There was a short third. Nobody deep. Spotted the area early and picked his spot. So 10 runs, 11 off the over so far. Expensive one. Ends with the dot ball, 24 done, 112 for 2. Janet Kaushal is doing well to get off strike quickly. Give Rasko Tatil the more aggressive player at the strike. They have batting power. Guna Singh and Himashalina Gay to come. They have been playing regular cricket at a club level over the last couple of months, so they are informed players. Remember, the under-23 tournament is ongoing as well. So these players are involved with regular cricket, most of them. There you go. This time finds the fielder though, but again, as I mentioned, opens up his stumps, walking across. So the bowler sometimes will feel, I have a chance, because he can see all the stumps exposed, all three stumps exposed. And you miss, I hit. You need to keep it straight. Goes through for a quick single. Straight towards the bowler. Trying to drive through mid off. The bowler did well to get across there and field that one. Diving effort at the end. Decent over by Asantha Basnayaka after the earlier one was very expensive. Current run rate 4.64. So 25 overs, halfway mark in this innings. It's 116 for 2.
Right, so look at the run rate, 4.64 at the moment. And Janet Kaushal is on 34 of 62, Roscoe Tasil on 30 of 28, better than run a ball. So Expo Lanka 116 for 2, half 25, the halfway stage. Umesh Kasun to bowl, he's a new bowler, to bowl his first over. Good use of the feet from Tatil, plays on the onside towards the wide mid-on position. Plenty of time to cross for a single. The bowling from Single Sri Lanka, not threatening, not looking to take any wickets. Just up and down stuff at the moment. Again, played away on the onside, out towards a long on for not the single. Plenty of flighted deliveries from the bowlers, especially from the slow bowlers, the spinners. Not looking to pick up wickets. The field also well spread out. Full toss, hit away on the onside. Gone big on that. One bounce to the boundary for 4 from Roscoe Tatil. Takes him to 35. And Expo Lanka move on to 122 for 2. Easy pickings for the batsman. Look at that. Taken to the full as he uses his feet. No chance for any fielder to get to that. waiting for the ball to be retrieved. It is retrieved now. So single Sri Lanka, no great plan to pick up wickets. Going through the motions of completing the 50 overs, I suppose. They've played 2 games, they lost both games that they've played. In the meantime, Expo Lanka on top of the group. They've played 2, won both games. This is their 3rd match. Looking to keep their unbeaten run, in fact. Short third man, backward point, sweeper, extra cover and long off the offside field. On the onside, short fine leg, deep mid wicket. Flicked down towards short fine leg. Easy single for the batsman. So a boundary followed by the single. Takes Tathil on to 36 of 31. 123 for 2 Expo Lanka. Put into bat today by single Sri Lanka. This time Janet Kaushal just pushes on the onside straight towards that mid-on region. There's no chance of run. Short fine leg in the act. Batsman cross for 1. Ends the over. 26 completed. And Expo Lanka 124 for 2. Roscoe Tathil on 36 of 31. Janet Kaushal on 36 of 65. So there we have the bowling figures. And Expo Lanka are cruising at the moment after 26, 124 for 2. Dhanush De Silva has bowled 5 overs, 1 for 10 in his figures. He's bowled well in patches. At least he's kept the run rate down and picked up that 1 wicket. The left arm spinner comes on to bowl again. This is over number 6 for him, the 27th of the innings. Single Sri Lanka will have to look at some form of picking up a wicket here. Kaushal well forward, plays on the offside. It'll be the long grind for Singh if you don't pick up wickets, because Expo Lanka will certainly take advantage of that. Going for the sweep down towards backward square leg, but they'll pick up a single in the meantime. So singers there for the asking, no problem at all. Lot boundary is coming in as well. Puts the pressure on the bowlers, keeps the scoreboard moving. Now the left hand on strike, that's Roscoe Tathil, and change the field. He's got that short fine leg, deep backward square leg on the boundary. A square leg and also a man at deep mid wicket on the boundary, and a long on also on the boundary. So 3 boundary riders on the onside. Flighted, lofted, where's that gone? Fielder getting under it. Takes the catch. That's the end of Tathil. Or is it dropped? Let's take a look at that. For the moment, no ball called. So that's why it was caught. We didn't see the umpires and go up for the no ball, and well, the free hit coming up. So Roscoe Tathil, he must have heard that call pretty early. So there we are with the no ball. Roscoe Tathil survives. Caught a deep mid wicket. 127 for 2. Lofted on the offside. Long off, getting under that. Takes the catch. But then it's a free hit that comes up, so there's no wicket that falls. So there we are. Tough going for Single Sri Lanka. Another catch taken and long off, but Janet Kaushal picks up single. 128 for 2. The moment you bowled a no ball, that's where the problems come in. Reverse sweep. Both batsmen in the center of the pitch. but this someone of them find their way back, so no run being taken. Danos De Silva again. That no ball has really cost him dear. Good is the feed from Tathil. Plays it gently on the onside. Lots of gaps on the onside the field. Picks up a single for that. 129 for 2 after 26.5 overs. Projected score 240. They'll want to go past 240 for sure, Expo Lanka. They got wickets in hand at the moment. Nicely played. Opens the face to the bat. Runs it down towards short third. One more run being taken. That will end the 27th over. 27 overs completed. And Expo Lanka 130 for 2. Roscoe Tathil on 38 of 34. And Janet Kaushal on 39 of 69. So there's the batting card of Expo Lanka as well. Umesh Kasun, who has bowled 1 over for 8 runs. That was an expensive over. So he'll be bowling the right-hander Janet Kaushal, the wicket-keeper opening batsman, who's on 39 or 69. Played gently on the offside towards short third. One single being taken again. So Expo Lanka batsman putting some pressure on the bowlers as well. Number 2 and number 4 in the middle. Brings Tathil on 38 to take strike. Kaushal moves to 40 of 70 at the non-striker's end now. Short third man, backward point. Sweeper cover. Mid off and a long off on the offside. Full toss. Going for the sweep shot. Does he get back to that? Field that fine leg after it. Picks up just inside the boundary. Wait for the umpire's call. Bye is called, in fact. So there's no bat in that. And boundary signal. Is that a boundary call? Maybe, yes. Let's take a look at that. See as to what really happened there. Reverse sweep, one bounce the fielder at backward point. It was in the air for a while, but in the end it dropped short of the fielder. There we go. On the bounce. Misses it. He's bowled him. Well, there's a breakthrough that Singer Sri Lanka wanted. Roscoe Tathil was down the track trying to launch that on the onside. Was beaten by that. Hit the bails that flew off. And Singer Sri Lanka pick up the third Expo Lanka wicket. Let's take a look at that. There we go. With the big heave on the onside. Bails dislodged. He walks back. Is Roscoe Tathil. After fine innings. A little cameo that he played. 135 for 3 in the 28th over. So Tathil made 38. Bowled by Umesh Kasun. So Singer Sri Lanka will breathe a sigh of relief. A wicket after quite some time. They needed one. But can they now pick up a couple of more wickets and put the pressure on Expo Lanka? We'll have to wait and see. Because Expo Lanka bat deep. There's a good batting side as well. So the run rate is 4.88 at the moment. Little chat from the batsman who's batted the whole innings. Janet Kaushal, who's on 40 of 70. And the new man walking in. So Umesh Kasun picks up his first wicket. 1 for 9 of 1.4 overs. There was 4 leg byes on the first ball he bowled. And then the wicket. A single on the first ball, and here we are. Projected score is 244. Now it's time that Singer Sri Lanka took things seriously, tried to pick up some wickets, put the pressure on the batsmen. That's what they got to do. They got to feel well, pick up the catches. They're not short in that department in taking the catches. Once again, field well spread. We look at that last dismissal. Vasco Tathil going down the track, try and keep on the onside. Didn't get back to ball, and the pairs were dislodged. Driven on the offside, out towards that extra cover region. Single being taken. Quick single, but they have run that well, run hard. Right player away on the offside, straight to extra cover. End of the over, 28 completed. And Expo Lanka 136 for 3 with Kaushal on 40. Nimesh Gunasinghe, the new batsman, on 1. So Dhanush De Silva will continue, 1 for 16 from his 6 overs. Bowling from the pavilion end. Nimesh Gunasinghe on strike. Played pass, slipped down to third man. The long chase the fielder, he won't get there. The ball will beat him. Nope, he picks up just inside. And the ball slows down. That was in the air. Very catchable for the slip fielder. Didn't make an attempt at all. They pick up a single for that. There we go. Half-hearted attempt from the slip fielder. The slip disappears for Janet Kaushal, who's on 40 of 71. So Dhanush De Silva has been the pick of the Singer bowlers so far today. 1 for 17 of 6.2. The left arm spinner. Well bowled. Beats the batsman outside the line of off stump. Kaushal looking at that to play tentatively. Gets back to ball, looks for one, but Gunasinghe is not interested. The ball travelling quickly towards that short extra cover. Swept in the air, but over the fielder said that backward square leg. Down to the boundary it goes for 4. That's well played. Janet Kaushal made full use of that delivery and takes Expo Lanka to 141 for 3. We'll take a look at that again. There we go. The sweep shot played very effectively. The fielder had no chance in cutting that off. Janet Kaushal moves on to 44 of 75. Batted well. Held the innings together when wickets have fallen around him. Going for the cut shot, and appeal from the umpire. Not out, says the umpire. Ends the over. 29 completed, and Expo Lanka 141 for 3. Janet Kaushal on 44, and Nimesha Gunasinghe on 2. It's going to be a hot and humid afternoon here at the MCA grounds in Colombo. Sun beaming down the grounds. And this is a Mercantile B Division game. It's called the Premier League, in fact. MCA Premier League game between Singer Sri Lanka and Expo Lanka A. Wide called outside the line of off stump. Umesh Kasun. Got to be careful when you bowl those deliveries outside the line of off stump, not to bowl the wides. You got the tram lines, the blue lines are the tram lines, and the other umpires a good judge on that. So the first legitimate delivery of the over, pushed gently on the onside. Gunasinghe on 2 on strike. Down the track, bowled him. Well, there we are. So Gunasinghe going for a big heave on the onside. Only finds the stumps being rattled from Umesh Kasun, who did that the last over as well. Picks up his second wicket. And Gunasinghe goes for 2, and Expo Lanka lose their fourth wicket. There we go. Down the track. Didn't keep his eyes on the ball. Rattles the stumps. And Expo Lanka 142 for 4 in the 30th over. And Nimesha Gunasinghe is out for 2. Bowled by Umesh Kasun, who's picked up 2 wickets in 2 overs. Now that's the impetus that Singer Sri Lanka needed to try and get a couple of wickets quickly, to put the brakes on the Expo Lanka, who are going great guns, no problems at all. So a couple of wickets certainly put the pressure on the batting side. They're in the 30th over, so 20 overs left after this. So Janet Kaushal, who's opened the batting, he's on 44 of 76 balls. He's batted well, held the innings together when he saw wickets falling around him. And Himanshu Lianage is the new man in who walks in. And what strategies will Singer Sri Lanka have now to take advantage of these 2 quick wickets to pick up a couple more? That's what they'll want to do. The run rate at the moment is 4.84. They'll want that to go up to about 5 or 5 plus per over. So Lianage will have the strike. And there's that last dismissal. Look at where the batsman was. Annoyed with himself that was down the track trying to play that on the onside with slow delivery, in fact, from the bowler, from Kasun. And didn't keep his eyes on the ball. Head was up in the air. So there's no way that the bat can make contact with the ball. So 2 for 11 is Kasun's figures, and Himanshu Lianage 51 matches. And he's made 1,329 runs, 750s. Average is 32.41, not a bad average. So today will be his day to get some runs for Expo Lanka. Another left-hander in the middle. Kasun, the bowler, 2 for 11 from 2.2 overs. Tickled round the corner, down towards that fine leg position. The ball travelling quickly out there into the boundary for 4. Wide called, in fact. There was no bat on that. So 4 wides, that means 5 runs the total. 147 for 4. Now that's the problem. You take a wicket, 1 ball, next ball you bowl down the leg side. There we go. And the wicket keeper couldn't collect that. So there's 5 runs of bonus runs for Expo Lanka. It's got to be re-bowled as well. Flicked round the corner, down towards the deep mid wicket. They're coming back for 2. That's good running between the wickets. Well, the return to the bowler. He didn't collect it cleanly. They're looking for that run out at the bowler's end. The appeal was going, but there was no collection from the bowler, and the wickets were not broken. So 2 runs to Lianage. He's off the mark with 2. 149 at the moment for the loss of 4 wickets. There is a return coming in. Well, he would have been short of his ground if the bowler selected cleanly and had the bails off. Not to be. Nice play, driven out on the offside towards long off for a single. So Himanshu Lianage quickly on to 3. 150 comes up of 29.4 overs at a run rate of 5.06. Driven towards that mid-wicket position. There's no run, so 1 ball left in over number 30. And Expo Lanka are 150 for 4. Wait for the sweep. There's where picked up a short fine leg, but the single is taken quite easily. Ends the over 30 completed. And here we are with Expo Lanka on 151 for 4. Lianage on 3 and Kaushal on 45.
So 30 overs completed, 151 for 4. Current run rate 5 runs per over. So they are on target to get to 250. Janit Kaushal, he's been steady. He's just played that anchor role. Stuck in there. Not let his not lose his wicket. Has shown resistance. Just rotated the strike, given the others to play the aggressive role. Dilshan D'Souza, Roscoe Tatil. Now it's Himanshu Lianage, another experienced players out there in the centre. So Ashan Fernando has been given the ball, a leg spinner. They've been able to pick up wickets. What they need or probably will want is to get rid of Himanshu Lianage early, not letting him settle in into his innings, because he can play the big shots. Janit Kaushal, as we have seen, is a grafter, just pushes the ones, the twos. So they won't, though he's the set batter, I don't think they'll really mind, because he hasn't really played the big shot. So Himanshu Lianage is the more explosive, dangerous player. And his wicket is crucial if Singa Sri Lanka are trying to keep Expo Lanka down to a chaseable target. Clip back to the bowler. Chipped it towards mid-off, pick up a quick single. Right into the block hole. So 31 done. It's 153 for 4. So The wickets to fall. Dilshan D'Souza fell for 37. Nishan Peiris for 2. Roscoe Tuttle was batting well on 38. And then Nimesh Gunasinghe, that was a big wicket. He fell early as well. So a couple of low scores there for Nishan Peiris and Nimesh Gunasinghe, two experienced players. Fortunately for them, Nimesh Roscoe Tuttle and Dilshan D'Souza got the starts, got into the 30s, 40s, but unable to make the big one. So it has been down to Janit Kaushal to steady the ship and keep rotating the strike, make sure he builds up partnerships. They have a few bowlers to follow, so this partnership is very crucial, I feel. Himanshu Lienage there. These two have to bat long as possible, take it to the 40th over. They have Madhubhashana, Sandakan. The bowlers are to follow. That's played through the offside. That might reach the boundary. No, it will be cut off. So just a couple of runs again, closing upon a well-deserved half century. Janit Kaushal was to 48. 2 for 23 of his 3.2 overs so far for Umesh Kasun. He's been able to get those vital breakthroughs. Two big wickets, Roscoe Tuttle and Gunasinghe. Just a nudge on the onside. Beautifully bowled. 32 done. It's 157 for 4. Generally, if I have the schedule in advance, I schedule. So that's a well played half century. Janit Kaushal richly deserves it. 50 of 87. He's hung in there from ball number 1. Just rotated the strike, gave the likes of Dilshan D'Souza, Roscoe Tuttle to play their shots while he's hung around. Himanshu Lienage though, he can play those big ones, and that was effortless. Just a length back, slight bit of width outside the off stump, but more so it was the length. He picked up the length early. And powers it over that extra cover long off region wideish long off. Played a lot of his cricket for Sri Lanka Army over the years. There you go again. Oh, but this time it's out. He could not clear the field. Now this is a big one. He tried to repeat the shot, but straight down the fielder's throw that mid-off. Ashan Fernando has picked up his first wicket. This is huge in the context of this game because Himanshu Lienage is the one they were banking on to get them to a big score and bat throughout the innings. It was a good catch. It was travelling quickly. Manages to hang on. Now they are in some sort of a trouble at 164 for 5. Good catch by Basnayaka. Lienage departs for 11. So Malsha Tarupati is out there in the center. And the first one he faces, he's just launched that from Sri Lanka under 19 player, better known for his right arm leg spinners. Takes on the bowler straight away, no sighters needed. Can play the big shots. The young man, highly rated, regarded in the under 19 level, finding his feet at this level, at the domestic level, at the upper level we may call it, but not afraid to play his shots. So ball is out of the park, and I think a replacement ball is to come in at 170 for 5 at the moment. Umpire Amar Singh will check the balls available with the match referee. Chandana Mahesh, our match referee for today, a respected gentleman, played a lot of domestic cricket over the years. It's a change of ball. Another one, juicy full toss, and he just hammers that. Do we need another ball? Lot of work for our match referee, I feel, Chandana Mahesh. That's called a no ball as well. Probably for height. Or was he overstepping? We'll take a look at that replay. Yes, it was a no ball. He was a couple of feet down the track, but I still feel that was way above waist height. So after picking up a wicket, he's been hammered. 2 sixers. He missed out. He's very lucky to get away with that one. That should have been 6 as well. That was a half tracker. Probably trying to hit it too hard out of the park. Malsha Tarupati mistimed it. Gets a couple of runs. It's hit straight to gets a 6. So 15 for Malsha Tarupati. Of just 4 deliveries, 2 sixers. Roscoe Tatil made 38. Dilshan Desai is at 37. Janet Kaushal 50 of 87. He's hung in there. He's batting well. Current run rate 5.45. So they're on course for a big score with Malsha Tarupati out there. He's a very dangerous player. He can play the big shots. They'll need to get rid of him very quickly. 220, if they could restrict the opposition to 220, I think Sri Lanka will feel it's a chaseable total on this venue. But if they get closer to that 250 mark, it's not going to be easy at all. Some experienced bowlers and good bowlers, led by Lakshan Sandakan and Malsha Tarupati, the 2 wrist spinners. Madhubhashana is a very good young bowler, and we have Henula, who has been very impressive with the ball. Roscoe Tatil and Nimesh Gunasinghe will provide the other options with the ball as well. Looking to swing that away towards mid-wicket. That's the way he plays. Coming to Nirman, who opened the bowling, did an excellent job with the new ball, bowled in good areas. Though was unlucky not to pick up a wicket. Has been brought in. Right in the block call, beautifully bowled. That's a good Yorker. Stump to stump. Cannot get those away at any level. So Yorker followed up with a short delivery. This is good bowling, mixing it up, mixing his length and not letting the batter settle in, not be predictable. Very good bowling. Excellent over so far, just 2 runs. But more importantly, he's bowling good areas. But this is the challenge now. Malcha Talupati on strike. He will target the boundary. There you go, on his pads. Back in his power. Clears the fence quite easily at the end. There was a field on the boundary, but he had no chance. More than the length, I think it was the line. He was strained on the batter's pads, and Malcha Tarupati gave himself some room. Picked up the length early, picked up the line early, and just went through with a short figure using the bowler's pace. So 3 sixers in his 22. Now he's changed the momentum of the game since he has come in. They got a couple of quick wickets, but Tarupati has put on some pressure. Out caught! This is very good bowling by Kavindu Nirmana. I was mentioning right through, he's changed his length regularly. He bowled a couple of Yorkers, he bowled a couple of short deliveries, went for length, was hit for 6, but dragged his length back. And Malcha Tarupati, as I mentioned, he will look to hit every ball out of the park. That's the way he plays. Just a wild swing. Look at him, giving himself some room. He was trying to go through the offside, trying to uppercut it, but a bit of extra pace as well. Kavindu Nirmana deserves that wicket. Quick fire 22, but he's gone. 6th wicket down for Expo Lanka. So big wicket that one. Kavindu Nirmana has struck. Hivin Kenula is out there. Young man. We'll see what he's capable of with the bat. We know he's very good with the ball. Projected score 277. But then you lost 6 wickets. So it's now down to the low order, to the tail enders. The opening batter, Kaushal, is still out there. He's played the anchor role. But can he control these innings? Can he control the tail? Can he find the boundary? Dhanush De Silva, 1 for 21 of his 7. He's been very accurate. He picked up that first wicket of Dilshan D'Souza. That was a big one, caught and bowled. One more to the total. So picking up another single. That's a loud shout, probably going down the leg side. Maybe height as well. He was looking to work it to the onside. Yeah, that was heading down the leg side. The good decision. Umpire Amar Singh is well experienced now at this level. And he's been a very good umpire for the last couple of years. Very consistent. So they'll pick up a single. Kenula will keep the strike. At the end of the 35th over, it's 192 for 6.
So there's the batting card of Expo Lanka. Dilshan Desai opened the innings. They made 37, and Janet Kaushal, the wicketkeeper, opening batsman, still there on 53, held the innings together. Nishan Peri so disappointing, made 2. Roscoe Tasil made 38, quick fire 38 of 37. Guna Singh also disappointing today. Kevin Kenula taking guard. Coming to Nirmana, 1 for 22 from his 5 overs. Bowled well, picked up the wicket at the last over. Excellent delivery, short one. Got the batsman's edge. Wicketkeeper did the rest. So it's 192 for 6 after 35. Short, but thick outside edge. Ball runs down to third man for a single. Kendula moves on to 3. The projected score 275. Well, that could be a tough ask at the moment for Expo Lanka. They're down to the low order, down to the tail more or less. The top order batsman didn't really fire today. Nicely played. Beats that mid wicket. Long chase. They could pick up 2 for this. Not looking for the third, just the 2 runs coming in. Janet Kaushal has batted extremely well. Moved on 55 of 95 balls. He's held this innings together. Field well spread. Very short. Wide call by the umpire, quite rightly so. So it's 196 for 6. On the leg side, they got the fine leg. Deep backward square leg on the boundary. A mid wicket. And a man at mid-on. On the offside, they got the third man, backward point. Sweeper, extra cover and mid-off. Played to extra cover this time by Kaushal, no chance of run. So it's a hot and humid afternoon here in Colombo at the MCA grounds. This is the Mercantile B Division Premier League tournament game for 2025. Played towards the backward point. No chance of run again. Fielder got his hands to it. So 4 runs of the over so far. That was the wide and a single of the first ball and 2 of the second ball. Slow ball, punched on the offside to sweeper for a single by Kaushal. A well disguised slow ball from Nirmana, but it's too short and allowed Janet Kaushal plenty of time to play that towards sweeper cover off the back foot. Kevin Canula on strike, he's on 3, he's faced 3 balls. Another slow ball, but Canula comes forward, pushes out of the offside towards that point region, ends the over, 36 completed. And here we are with Expo Lanka on 197 for 6 of 36 overs, with Hivin Canula on 3, Janet Kaushal on 56. So this game between Expo Lanka and Sri Lanka at the MCA grounds. Scheduled game in this group. Expo Lanka have won both games they have played. Sri Lanka not successful. They played 2 games, lost both. Danos De Silva into his 9th over, 1 for 25. The left arm spinner is bowled well. Swept in the air. Fielder can't get to it. First bounce the fielder at deep mid wicket. So they pick up 1 more run. Kaushal moves on to 57. 198 for 6 in the 37th over. Comes forward, wrapped on the pad. Again, a question being asked. Umpire's not interested at all. Take a look at that. Bowling round the wicket. Oh, sliding down the leg side. No chance of LBW on that. Down the track, nicely driven. Deep mid wicket comes into the picture to tidy up. Slow ball as Kaushal comes forward using his feet, trying to play it on the onside, takes on the pad, so there's no chance of run as well. Driven to the offside, but extra covered as well to move quickly to his right, prevents the batsman getting a single. So total remains at 199 for 6. Last ball, the 37th over coming up. Played to short fine leg. Single being taken. That's well run. Direct hit, but the batsman was home. That ends the 37th over. 37 overs completed. And here we have the Expo Lanka on 200 for the loss of 6 wickets, with Hivin Canula on 4 and Kaushal, he's there on 56. There's the quick single being taken. Batsman is certainly home. It's another landmark for Expo Lanka. There's the batting card for Expo Lanka or the bowling card for Singer Sri Lanka. A wicket for Nimana, Dhanush De Silva, and also Induvara, along with 2 wickets for Kasun and 1 for Ashwin Fernando. In the fall of wickets, first at 56, 68, 135, 142, 164, and 188. 26 extras in this total. That's a lot of extras in a 50-over game for the side batting. That's been one of the banes of Singer Sri Lanka. They bowled many wides. The wides going for 4s as well. Right, so passing to Dilshan to bowl his 5th over. None for 20 his figures. Couple adjustments to the field. The fine leg being moved to a short fine leg. Janet Kaushal on strike. Player miss outs at the line of off stump. Projected score 269. Could they get there? Just 4 wickets in hand. We're down to the tail more or less. But Janet Kaushal, who's opened the innings, steady 58 from him, not out. Batted superbly so far. Played the bowling on its merits. Off the back foot, straight towards that backward point. Ball travelling very quickly. So no chance of run. So the short fine leg, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg, deep mid on. That's the onside field. On the offside, he's got the third man, the backward point sweeper, extra cover in the mid off. Slow ball, well played by Kaushal, but can't beat that backward point fielder. So another dot ball. A lot of pressure on the batsman at the moment. 3 dot balls so far in this over. So Singer Sri Lanka looking for wickets. They have to bowl Expo Lanka out. Again short, but nicely played. Tucked away on the onside. Looking for 2. They get 1. He's coming back for 2nd. That's good running between the wickets. Excellent running. Good throw to the wicket keeper. The bail comes off, but the batsman is certainly home. That's Janet Kaushal. Took the first run quickly. Came back for the 2nd. Completed quite comfortably in the end. There we go. That's how it took place. First run being taken. 2nd run also now on. The throw goes in, and the batsman is certainly home. 202 for 6. Again played him on the onside, down towards deep backward square leg, single this time. And the fielder runs in from the boundary. There's the fielding. Kaushal moves on to 61 of 107 balls. Brings Hevin Kenula to take strike. He's on 4 of 6. He got 1 ball left in the 38th. Short. Played on the offside towards mid-off. The batsmen almost crash into each other, but they'll complete that single. They'll complete the over as well. So 38 overs completed. Next Expo Lanka 204 for 6 after 38 overs. Janet Kaushal on 61. Hevin Kenula on 5. So Dhanush De Silva to complete his 10 over spell. The last over coming up from him, 1 for 28 his figures. His bowled well, be the pick of the bowlers from single Sri Lanka. Driven nicely on the offside. Between the point and extra cover, sweeper tidies up. The batsman cross for 1. And Hivin Kenulo moves on to 6. Total up to 205 for 6. First ball, the 39th over. Comes forward. Pushes inside edge. The ball runs out on the onside. Not a convincing stroke. Swept in the air, but safe down towards deep mid-wicket. Picked up inside the boundary. Batsman cross for 1. So Janit Kaushal moves on 62 of 109 balls and brings Hibin Kenuda on 6 of 8 to take strike. The right-hander. Comes forward, pushes gently on the onside. The bowler is after it towards the short mid-wicket position. The batsman complete a single. Seizing every option to take a single when the ball finds the little gaps on the field. So Dhanush De Silva has 2 balls left in his 10 over spell. 9.4 overs, 1 for 31 his figures. Quicker. Open the face of the bat, runs it down to short third man, and no chance of a run. Swept again in the air, but safe. 1 bounce the field at deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Batsman cross for 1. Ends the 39th over. 39 overs completed. And here we are with Expo Lanka on 208 for 6. Dhanush De Silva completes his 10 over spell, 1 for 32. So Hivin Kenula is on 7. Janit Kaushal on 63. So the bowling figures for single Sri Lanka. 8 bowlers stride. Extras column says 26 extras. That's a lot of extras in inning. So passing to Dilshan and none for 24 for 5 to continue the bowling from the far end of the grounds. Janit Kaushal, the opener on strike. He was 63 of 111 balls. Driven to extra cover or short extra cover, there's no chance of a run. So current run rate 5.31, projected score is 266. Can they get there? Good question to be asked of many of the players as well. Tucked to the onside, just past the bowler. Looking for a single was Kaushal, but sent back by his partner, Kenula. So a dot ball, 2 dot balls in this first 2 deliveries of Dilshan's 6th over. So all the big guns for Expo Lanka not fired today in the batting department. Slow ball, nicely played, opens the face of the bat, runs it down to third man, is Kaushal, picks up 1 for that again. Takes the Expo Lanka total on 209 for 6 in the 40th over. So brings Hivin Kenul takes strike, he's on 7 of 9 balls. Driven towards mid-off, who's got to move quickly to his left to do the fielding. Doesn't feel cleanly, but the batsmen have plenty of time to cross the one. Hot and humid morning out here in Colombo at the MCA grounds. Another slow ball, but well played. Flicked his wrist and then worked it out towards deep mid wicket for a single. Takes Janet Kaushal on to 65. Brings Hivin Kenulo on 8 to take strike. It's 211 for 6. The last ball, the 40th over coming up. And the 6th over from Pasindu Dilshan. Nicely driven. Straight to sweeper who tied his up. They cross the one. That ends the over. 40 completed. And Expo Lanka are 212 for 6 after 40 overs with Janet Kaushal on 65, Hivin Kenulo on 9, and Pastor Dilshan none for 28 from 6.
So 40 overs done at 212 for 6. Hivin Kenula on 9. Janet Kaushal on 65. Ashan Fernando 1 for 25 of his 2 overs. He's been expensive but got that wicket. Marsha Tarupati went after him. So they've managed to build up a partnership here. Get it in to the last 10 overs. Even Kenula has shown patience. Janet Kaushal, he's batted this way right throughout this innings. Shown a lot of grit, patience, temperament. That one slides through. So the last 10 overs, what will be their targeting? At least another 40 minimum. Get them up to around 265. 4 runs per over. Certainly gettable. If they have wickets towards the end, they can swing the bat. Get a bit more. A lot depends on Janet Kaushal, how he will bat. He has the opportunity of scoring 100 because you have 10 overs remaining, including this one. He's on 66, so he certainly could get there. He's not taken his chances at all. He's taken the responsibility to bat through, ensure that they get on to a target that's defendable. Singles, Sri Lanka won't mind it. What they need to stop is the boundaries. That's in there though. Hivin Kenula. He's out caught. After showing a lot of patience, decides to take on the bowler. His eyes lit up soon as that one was floated by Ashan Fernando. He went straight, targeted the shorter boundary. Bottom part of the bat sliced it. And the fielder, to me, did really well to come under that, just below us, next to the side screen, held on both hands. Very good catch, never easy. 7th wicket down for Expo Lanka as Hivin Kenula departs. A good catch by Kamindu Nirmana. Fernando picks up his 7 second. Kenula is gone for 11. So Samira Soiza has come in, the skipper. At the toss he said, I want 250. Will be a good score. Left-hander, very experienced. It's been around for a long time, Samira Soiza. Oh, the wicket keeper. Will he keep wickets today? We'll have to wait and see. Good over, 4 runs and a wicket. That was the wicket of Kenula. Came a couple of feet down the track, but didn't find enough wood on that one. The fielder, very good catch. He had to make sure he was inside the ropes as well. Well judged. 41 done, 216 for 7. So Sandakayan and Manasha Madhubhashana to come. 9 overs left in this innings. Good bowling on the mark. Indur is back into the attack. 1 for 28. Once again with the ball, has been disciplined. He's better known for his batting. But nowadays, modern day cricket, the more skills you have, the better. And certainly working on his bowling, we could see that at this level. Bowling well, not letting the batters get away. Soft hands, pushers and runs. Good batting. Samira Soiza, though is the experience, though is the captain, he prefers to give Janet Kaushal the strike. Janet Kaushal has been there since the start of this game. even though you have a lot of experience, it's better to give the informed player the strike. Sensible thing to do. So he wants his fine leg in the circle. Long on, drops back. Good thinking, because he's not express pace, so that fine leg on the boundary might not be useful, because we haven't seen Janet Kaushal trying to play paddle sweeps or river sweeps or anything like that. He's playing orthodox cricket. So having your fielders in front of the wicket on the boundary, long off, long on, is better suited for Dhanuji Indurua. This is good thinking. And long as he keeps it on the off stump line like that, it will be difficult to get away. But that's a good shot. That's very good batting. Orthodox cricket. Beats the backward point. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Just standing tall, punching it through the offside. This is very good batting. It was a good over until then. Spoilt it. 42 done. 222 for 7, as you see. It was a decent delivery, but it was a very good cricketing shot. He had to beat that fielder and did it well. Pick up a single. The second ball of the over. 2 runs so far of the first 2. Samir Soiz and Janet Kaushal. Samir Soiz, the left-hander, will be on strike now to the leg spinner. There is a deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on. But I doubt it that Samir Soiz is going to go for the big one. What he's looking to do is, with his experience, bat till the end. Now try and take this innings deep. Let Janet Kaushal do the run scoring. Chipped back to the bowler, falling short. Samira Soiza trying to work it on the onside. Not to the pitch of the ball, you could see, playing a bit early. It was falling short, very lucky. It was a decent over by Fernando. 43 done, 226 for 7. Some good scores. Dilshan D'Souza 37, Roski Total 38, Malchatarupati Quickfire 22. A couple of them got into double figures as well, but it has been Janet Kaushal. It is unbeaten 74 that has kept this innings in control. Plays it into the gap. Has he got enough of it? No, good field in. Drags it in. Couple of runs to Kaushal. High on the bat, top half of it. It's a hard ball, Dhanuji Indirua. Quicker than you expect sometimes. You see, hits the surface, but that's a good one. Just a single, but better shot by Kaushal. 77 of 127, trying to pick up his strike rate. So they are certainly on course to get 265 here. Samir D'Souza probably now past his prime. He was a very good player in his day. Now more involved as a coach and player, guiding the youngsters. Played for Sri Lanka A as well at one time. Samir D'Souza as a wicket keeper. Five runs off the over so far in the first 5 deliveries. Indurua will be looking to end this over well. Tickles it down the leg side. Just a single though. 6 off the over. 44 done. 232 for 7. Dive in effort. Looking to get his hands under that one. Just could not make enough ground. He's been expensive. Picked up 2 wickets to Fernando. The earlier one rushed the batter. Probably not short enough to play that shot. The fielder did well though to keep it in play. Sometimes when you go for the catches, you can overrun the ball. That would be 4. Is it? No. Will be cut off. Another 2 runs to Janit Kaushal. He moves into the 80s. Lots of time for him to get to that 100. 5 overs left after this one. Will he come back for 2? Sent back by Soiza. Says no. Not the quickest between the stumps nowadays. Decides to keep it to a single. But good effort in the field. Probably there was 2. Yes, I think there was. If you were quick between the stumps. 6 runs off the over so far. So 7 runs off that over. 45 have been bowled. 239 for 7 with Kaushal not out on 82. Final 5 overs coming up.
Right, let's look at the single Sri Lanka bowling card there. Nirmana, 6 overs, 1 for 27. And the batting department, Samira Soiza is on 7 of 11 balls. Janit Kaushal is on 82 for 131. And Expo Lanka, 239 for 7 after 45 overs. Projected score 266. Could they get there? They got wickets in hand. Just 3 wickets left. Danuja Induvara to continue his 8th over, 1 for 40 his figures. Bowling from the far end of the grounds, and Samira Soiza on strike at the moment. So the left-hander, a lot of experience in cricket. Pushed out gently, calls quickly for the single, and Kaushal responds well. So Samira Soiza realizing that he must just rotate the strike at the moment. He moves on to 8, brings Janit Kaushal on 82 to take strike. He's pressed 131 balls. Induvara is 1 for 41 from 7.1. The current run rate 5.31. We're into the 46th over, so 45.1 overs completed. Short and pulled away on the onside. Out towards deep mid wicket. The fielder just ambles across to do the fielding. The batsman cross for 1. So Expo Lanka trying to make it a runner ball at the moment. Brings Samira Soiza on 8 to take strike. 241 for 7 is Expo Lanka after 45.2 overs. Short, and that one down the leg side beats the wicket keeper. The fielder gets a boot to it on the follow through. They're coming back for the second run. Direct hit, but I think that Samira Soiza was home. Leg by is called by the umpire. So 2 more to the total. 243 for 7. There we go. There's the leg by is called. Off the pad or the thigh pad down towards fine leg. Little boot work out there. Samira Soiza back for the second run. Not the quickest between the wickets, but it's well run. Again short, going with the pull shot. Wide call by the umpire. Yes, down the leg side. Well gathered by the wicket keeper. It's got to be re-bowled. 244 for 7 Expo Lanka. There we go again. That's that wide call. Look at the blue tram lines. It's over that as well. Pushed out gently towards that point region. Another single being taken. Samir Soiz are quite interested in moving those singles along. He wants to give Janat Kaushal as much of the strike as possible. And Expo Lanka moves up to 245 for 7 after 45.4 overs. There's the projected score, 268. It's going to be a good score if they can get there. The run rate at the moment is 5.36 runs an over. Induvara into his 8th over. Nice play on the offside. Sweeper will cover that up. The batsman will cross for 1. And that's overthrows, going back with second run. That's poor fielding, very poor fielding from Singer Sri Lanka. You can't give away those extra runs. And the batsmen get 2 for that. So takes Kaushal on to 85, the total of 247 for 7. Again, short delivery. Overcall by the umpires, so the 46th over completed. And here we are with Expo Lanka on 247 for 7. Run rate of 5.37 runs and over. And that's that last ball outside the line of off stump. Batsman looks at the square leg umpire, so Kaushal on 85, so he's on 9. So there's the batting card for Expo Lanka. Top of the order, Dilshan D'Souza was off to a flyer. 37 runs he scored very quickly of 49 balls. And there's Janat Kaushal who opened the batting. He's still down 85 not out of 134 balls. Held the innings together. And we saw some of the big names falling cheaply today for Expo Lanka. So coming to Nirmana to bowl his 7th over. 1 for 27 his figures. He's bowling to Samir Soiz on 9. He's faced 14 balls. There's a bit of gardening is Samir Soiz, patting the pitch down. And look at the field on the onside. They've got that man at a deep backward square leg, a mid wicket and a deep mid on. On the offside, they've got the third man, a backward point, extra cover, sweep and a mid off. Nicely played. Down to his third man. Will pick up 1 for that. Opens the face of the bat, runs it down to third man. Takes Samir Soiz on to double figures. He moves on to 10 or 15 balls. Brings Janat Kaushal on 85 to take strike. And Expo Lanka on 248 for 7 in the 47th over. Current run rate 5.37 runs an over. Nirmana bowls very short. Wide call by the umpire, quite rightly so. You can't afford to bowl so short and consider wide. Not only do you give the extra run, you have to re-bowl that delivery. Look at that. So short, halfway down the track. You've got to keep in mind that you can't be bowling those extra deliveries, giving the extra runs away. You've got to score all those runs when you bat. Nicely played. Drives it nicely on the onside towards that long on fielder. They'll pick up 1 for that. So takes Janat Kaushal on to 86 and brings Samir Soiz on 10 to take strike. The 250 comes up. 250 for 7 after 46.2 overs. Projected score 270. Can they get there? That will be a good score if they get there for Expo Lanka. Singer Sri Lanka will be under the pump to make those runs. Lofted on the onside. Mid-wicket gets to it, takes the catch. And that's the end of Samir Soiza. He falls to 10 and the 8th wicket falls 250 for 8 when Expo Lanka were looking to play this innings out to pick up those singles, keep the scoreboard moving, and the skipper inserts the man out. There we go. Pull from outside the line of off stump. Didn't quite get hold of it in the air for a while, and it dropped safely into the fielder's hands. Made no mistake with that. And Expo Lanka lose their 8th wicket, 250 for 8. Soiza goes to 10. And coming to Nirmana picks up his 2nd wicket, 2 for 30 of 6.3 overs. Lakshan Sadakan, the new man, walking out. Lot will be expected from him with the bat today as well as the ball when he comes out to bowl later this afternoon. So can the Lakshan Sadakan, experienced campaigner for the ball, with the ball. Takes guard and he's played 34 matches and he has no 50s, but his highest score has been 38. Short, a push gently on the onside. Sets off with a single quickly. Completes it quite comfortably in the end. So he's off the mark with one. Is Lakshan Sadakan. 251 for 8 is the Expo Lanka total. So coming to Nirmana, has picked up his 2nd wicket, 2 for 31 of 6.4 so far. There we go. Going for the drive. Beaten outside the line of off stump play and a miss, in fact. Wicket keeper does well together that. Very close to being a wide, but it's inside the tram line. So he escapes on that. Total remains at 251 for 8. Again short, but nicely played. On top of that is Kaushal, plays it on 3rd man. So he'll keep the strike. Ends the over. 47 overs completed. And Expo Lanka 252 for 8 after 47 overs. Lakshan Sadakan on 1 and Janet Kaushal on 87. So there's the bowling card for single Sri Lanka. Nirman has picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 32 his figures. Disilla 1, Indurwana 1. Passing to Dilshan to bowl his 7th over, none for 28 his figures. Driven nicely on the offside, and the mid-off can't stop that cleanly. The ball runs out towards sweeper cover, gives the batsman plenty of time to come back for 2. Nicely played. It was in the air for a while, but very safe. There's no field in that region. And look at that. Trying to stop it. Ricochets of the hand down towards sweeper cover. 254 for the loss of 8 wickets. Slower ball. Well played. Down towards short 3rd man. So Pastor Dilshan bowling those slow deliveries as well. We're in the 48th over. 47.2 was completed. Current run rate 5.37. Janet Kaushal on 89 of 139 deliveries. That is superbly. Slow ball but full toss. Hit away on the offside. Sweeper has a lot of work to do to cover ground. They get one, and one is all they'll get. Return comes in well to the wicketkeeper. So takes Lakshan, or takes Janit Kaushal into 90. Brings Lakshan Sandakan on 1 to take strike. And of course, Expo Lanka on to 255 for 8 after 47.3 overs. Sometimes the phase that when you try those slow deliveries, you bowl the full toss, and the batsman can take full advantage of that. And of course, Kaushal couldn't make use of it completely. Got back to ball. The ball was running down towards that sweeper region. And Sandakan plays gently on the onside. So much of gaps on the onside. Just a 3-fielder or 4-fielder on the onside. Got a deep mid-on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg, and a short third man. That's the field on the onside. So there's so much of gaps on the onside that the batsman can just work it on the onside, pick up a single, could be looking for 2 as well. 256 for 8. Again played on the onside. Half-hearted appeal from the bowler. Janit Kaushal was trying to work it on the onside, even the pad. We'll take a look at that. Did he get bat to it? Perhaps he got some bat to it as well. The dust flying from the track. So Kaushal and Sandakan have a little chat. Perhaps some strategies being worked out. What should we really do? The last ball, the 48th over coming up. Another slow ball. Hit away to short third man. Looking for 1 is Kaushal. Not to be. Ends the over. 48 completed. And Expo Lanka 256 for 8 after 48 overs. Janit Kaushal on 90. Lakshan Sandakan on 2. Pasindu Dilshan 7 overs, none for 32. There's the Expo Lanka scorecard that is just up. And where we're watching this game live, in whichever country you're watching this game, we hope you're enjoying our live telecast of all the action of this Mercantile B Division Premier League tournament game between Single Sri Lanka and Expo Lanka, coming to live from the MCA grounds in Colombo. We're down to the last 2 overs of this innings. Sandakan on strike. Nirmana, the bowler, in the 8th over. Short and worked him on the onside. Mid-wicket will move quickly to his right to do the field. The batsman cross the 1, so good running between the wickets. Takes Sandakan into 3, brings Janit Kaushal on 90 to strike. Can he get to a 3-figure mark? He got 11 balls left in the innings. The batsmen have a little chat at the moment. Current run rate 5.34. Nirmana 2 for 33 from 7.1 overs. Expo Lanka will be pretty pleased the way things have gone at the moment. They're looking at perhaps a score about 270. They're very close to that. Played a miss outside the line of off stump from Kaushal. So it's a dot ball. He must be a tired man, and he's got to keep wickets off this. He's the wicket keeper for Expo Lanka as well. Through the innings, he's batted right through this innings so far to reach 90 of 143 balls. Really held this innings together. When his senior partners perhaps departed, didn't make a big impression today. Driven nicely on the offside. Mid-off is a long way to go. The batsman crossed the 1. So Kaushal moves to 91, the total up to 258 for 8. And brings Lakshan Sandakan to take strike. He's on 3. Projected score 266. Could they go past that? Well, they're looking at that at the moment. Current run rate 5.32. Lovely shot, dropped. Not the easiest catches, but the ball was traveling quickly towards backward point. He got his hands to it, and it just spilt out. That goes down as a drop chance. So Sandakan has a life. There we go. On the back foot, cuts that one. Fielder gets his hands to it. Just drops out. It would have been a good catch had it been taken. Plays on the offside, single taken. And the field overruns the ball, drops the ball, in fact trying to work it towards the bowler. So Sandakan picks up a single, moves to 4. The last ball of the 49th coming up. Janet Kaushal on 91. So they got 7 balls left in this innings. Can Kaushal get to a 3-figure mark? We'll have to wait and see. Will he want the strike next over? Yes, of course he'll want the strike to get a single of this last ball of the over. Nirmana 2 for 35 for 7.5. Short, flicked away nicely down towards fine leg. They'll pick up 1. So Janet Kaushal will keep the strike, end of the over. 49 completed, and Expo Lanka 260 for 8 after 49 overs, with Lakshan Sandakan on 4 and Janet Kaushal on 92. So there's a scorecard for Expo Lanka. Top of the order, Dilshan D'Souza and Nishan Piris perhaps were out early. And of course, Janet Kaushal has held this innings together, 92 of 145 balls. He'll have the strike for the last over. Could he get to 100? He's got 8 runs short of that 3-figure mark. Passes the Dilshan to bowl his 8th over. None for 32 of 7 his figures at the moment. Slow ball, played a miss outside the line of off stump. The ball dies as it reaches the wicket keeper. So 5 balls left in the innings. Good slow ball from Pasindu Dilshan, the first one up. Keeping the batsman quiet. They have a little chat again. Some strategies being worked out perhaps between Lakshan Sandakan and Janet Kaushal. Oh, going for a flip hit on the onside, doesn't make contact. Another dot ball. So 2 dot balls to start the over from Dilshan. Really put pressure on Kaushal, who's a 92. Look at that. When you try to play those types of shots, you need to practice them in the nets before you get to a match. You can't come out to a match and suddenly play those shots. Slow ball, driven on the offside. Sweeper will tidy up. They'll pick up only 1 for that to take Kaushal out of 93. And he'll be deprived of scoring a 3-figure mark, 100. Brings Lakshan Sandakan on 4 to take strike. We got 3 balls left in the over. 261 for 8. Current run rate 5.27. Passes Dilshan is bowled well. 2 dot balls followed by the single. Lakshan Sandakan. Well, he's faced 5 balls for 4 runs. And here's Dilshan. Pulls that one on the onside, down towards deep backward square leg. 1 more run being taken. So brings Janet Kaushal on 93 to take strike. 2 balls left in the innings. He'll have to get 2 boundaries or a 6 and a 4 to reach that 3-figure mark. Is he capable of that? Let's wait and see. Dilshan has bowled well, given 2 runs away for the 4 balls he's bowled in this final over. Slow ball, also full toss, another dot ball. Played a miss outside the line of off stump, so I think Janet Kaushal He's done and dusted to get that three-figure mark. Just one ball left in the innings. He's on 93. And unless there's a no ball in wild and a 6 comes quickly, well, he'll be deprived of a three-figure mark. But well bowled by Pasindu Dilshan in the last over. Kept things nice and tight. Last ball. Again played down towards third man, into the boundary for 4. Off the bat, yes, it goes off the bat. So Janit Kaushal ends up not out on 97. There we are, unfortunate, 97. 266 for 8 is the Expo Lanka total in their 50 overs. So really, he must be disappointed to be stranded in 98 as the last ball, a thin edge down to Lakshan Sandakan on 5. 266 for 8 in 50 overs. A run rate of 5.32 from Expo Lanka. They set Sri Lanka 267 to win in 50 overs. So Pasid Dilshan, none for 38 from 8 overs. And of course, Janit Kaushal really held the innings together. He faced 150 balls for his 97 not out. And he's really played for his team. A round of applause from his teammates as he enters the pavilion as well. Lakshan Sandakan on 5 of 6 balls. And of course, that's the innings well played from Janit Kaushal. As the players leave the field, Sri Lanka will have a job on their hands to make 267 to win. And there we are with Sri Lanka. They certainly bowled well in patches, but didn't do too well sometimes. Bowled too many wides. The wides went to the boundary as well. So all that really added to the equation of Expo Lanka making 266 for 8. Will they be happy with that? Yes, I'm pretty sure they're happy with that. That's quite a good total, a run rate of 5.32 at the MCA grounds. And let's take a look at the scorecard in the batting department first for Expo Lanka. There we are. Dilshan D'Souza started the innings with a bit of cameo, 37. And then Janit Kaushal, who opened the batting with him, not out 97 of 150 balls. Nishan Pires came in number 3, made 2. And of course, Roscoe Tathil made 38, also a quick fire 30 at 37 balls. Nimesha Gunasinghe was out for 2. Himasha Lienage made 11. Malsha Tarupati, another cameo from him, he made 22 of 7 balls. Hivin Kenula made 11. Samir Soy is the captain. He made 10 of 16 balls. Lakshan Sandakan not out on 5. 31 extras. That's a lot of extras in a total of 266 for 8 in 50 overs. We look at the bowling figures for Sri Lanka. And there we are, Kavindu Nimana. 8 overs, 2 for 36. Pasindu Dilshan, he bowled well, that last over as well, none for 38 from 8. And Danush De Silva, 10 overs, 1 for 32, the pick of the bowlers most probably. And Induvara, 8 overs, 1 for 46. Asanta Basanayaka, none for 23 from 4. Sandun Fernando bowled 3 overs, none for 19. Umesh Kasun, 4 overs, 2 for 24. Ashan Fernando had 2 for 39 from 5 overs. Follow wickets 56, 68, 135, 142, 164, 188, 216 and 250. And the 31 extras really added to the total of 266 for 8 wickets. There we have some highlights of the innings itself. And the thick edge down to third man to fourth. Another big drive, a moving drive, but got the edge and ran towards the boundary. Full toss, put away on the onside. Batsman made full use of those full tosses and those 4 deliveries that came their way. Another one that was hit away on the onside towards deep mid-wicket. That's a well bowled, in fact a poor shot from the batsman. And this one played gently on the onside towards mid-wicket for another catch to be taken. The drive on the onside, and there we are, that sweep shot played very effectively by Jatil. Thick edge now to third man for 4. Another pull on the onside. And it goes went all the way to the boundary for 6. A lovely little sweep, a reverse sweep in fact, to the boundary. And a full toss again taken on the full and hit away on the onside. And there we are down the track. Beaten all ends up, clean bowled. And the new batsman who came in was trying to get the scoreboard moving again. And again, another wicket fall. So some quick wickets fell for Expo Lanka. And then they had little partnerships in between. Look at the drive on the offside again. Nicely held at mid-off. Great catch. Another pull shot on the onside that got to the boundary for 6 runs. So there we are. In between the spells of good shots, some wickets also fell. There we are, another one well taken. And this one driven on the onside and down to the boundary. And you're caught inside the rope as well. So this one down to the boundary for 4. As Expo Lanka were looking to get a big total. They're looking to go past 270. But in the end they got to 266 for 8 in their 50 overs at a run rate of 5.32. Right, it's time for lunch here in Colombo with Singer Sri Lanka and Expo Lanka in their match. The halfway stage completed, and we'll take a break here and be back when the Singer Sri Lanka innings starts up in about 30 minutes from now. And until then, we'll enjoy lunch, and we hope you enjoy your meal wherever you are.
That's gone a long way. Just using the pace of the bowler, Umesh Kasun deposits that over square leg for 6. He's in very good form. He's got a couple of good knocks. A 40.5 century in the 2 games he's played against Navaloka and DFCC. And he's showing us why they need a big one from him today as well if they're going to chase down this target. So dot ball, quite a long over. He's gone for 17 of his 2. 3 overs done, 19 for 1. So they've gone for the off spin of Nishan Peris. Just a 1 over from the fast bowler Madhubhashana. They've decided to go for spin and the experience of Nishan Peris with the new ball. 1 slip. 4 fielders on the off side. There's a backward point, extra cover, mid off. And nobody deep on the offside, so he'll have to be bowling on that middle and leg stump line. Enough protection on the onside, right-handers in the middle. He's just come back from that Sri Lanka A tour to Australia. Has dropped in form, certainly dipped in a lot of form. Played for Sri Lanka at test match level, but hasn't been able to maintain that consistency, that promise he has shown Nishan Peris. We saw that even in the major clubs tournament, the games he played, whenever he was available, he's been very expensive, costly. And that's run down to the boundary. That's 4 runs. Umesh Kasun seems to be oozing with the confidence. Going for the reverse sweep against a quality bowler like Nishan Peris. Never easy. But picked his spot early. Took the bowler by surprise. So they started off well when it comes to runs. It's just that they lost that 1 wicket. Current run rate well above the required run rate. Good comeback after being hit for 4. 5 runs off the over. 4 done. 24 for 1. So 3 slips in position to Hivin Kenula. Ticketing in short. Good catch. Very good catch. Looking to go over the top. Didn't time that at all. Kodituako got the bottom part of the bat. Running back. Holds on to it. That was very well done. And another wicket to Hivin Kenula. He's a wicket taker, no doubt about it. We have seen that. He was one of the leading wicket takers in the SLC Major Clubs tournament as well. The idea was good. Sandakan, the catcher, safe hands. The idea was good, but execution didn't go right for Kodituako. He departs for 3. Sinker in trouble, 2 down for 24. So Hivin Kenula, he's bowling really well. He's into his 5th over, 24 for 2. That was a good catch by Sandakan, running back. Very confident under that one. So Hirunagalage has come in. Play and miss outside the off stump. That probably kept a touch low as well. He's playing away from his body. Just short of a length with the back foot. Way outside the off stump, called a wide. Umpire Sankananekar stretching his arms. Kenula will have to re-bowl that one. 25 for 2, though they have got the runs on the board. They've lost 2 important wickets. They need a partnership to sort of get things back on track. A Singer, we'll see. Width outside the off stump. Will he get the boundary? I think he would, to get off the mark. Hirunagalage using the width really well. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Got his placement and timing right. That was enough. 5 overs done. 29 for 2.
So Singer Sri Lanka need 267 to win from their 50 overs. They're 29 for 2 after 5. They need a further 238 in 270 balls. Nishan Peris, the spinner, the right hand spinner to in operation. Second over. Edge just past that single slip. They come back for the second run. How close was that to the slip fielder? Well, between the wicket keeper and the first slip was that that ball. Umesh Kasun's on 18. Nicely worked on the onside. They'll pick up 1 for that. So Hirunagalage on strike. He is on 4 balls. 32 for 2 is a Singer Sri Lanka after 5.2 overs. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump. In the air, but safe between 2 fielders. The ball is slowing down as it reaches that boundary area. They come back for 2. So current run rate is 6. They require 5.26 from this stage onwards. Nice play again, but this time the point fielded as well to field. They pick up a single in the meantime. So Hirunagalage moves to 7 of 7 balls. Brings Umesh Kasun of 19 of 15 to take strike. 35 for 2 on 5.5. Pushed on the onside. Single being taken. Quick single. That's well run indeed. Ends the over. 6 overs completed. And Singer Sri Lanka 36 for the loss of 2 wickets, with Galage on 7 and Umesh Kasum on 20. So Hevin Kenula, 2 for 22 from his 3 overs. He's picked up both wickets to fall. He's in operation for 5 into the grounds. He'll be bowling to Umesh Kasun on 20 of 16. 36 for 2 Singer Sri Lanka after 6 overs. They're going at 6 runs and over. They'll go 5.25 from this stage onwards. Playing a mess outside the line of off stump. Trying to pull that from outside the line of off stump on the onside. He knows there's lots of gaps on the onside. Just the 3 fielders on the onside. A short, fine leg. a deep backward square leg on the boundary and a mid-on. So many gaps on the onside. That's why the tendency is to go and play shots there. Two slips or slip and a gully in place at the moment. They were playing at one time with three slips and a gully. Now it's one slip and a gully. The third man, a backward point, a point, an extra cover. Nicely played, well fielded. The ball was traveling very quickly down towards backward point. Fielder got his hands to it, so no chance of a run. The ball travelled quickly. And the fielding is good. Well, you put the pressure on the batsman. Short pulled nicely on the onside. That's a big hit. That clears that boundary comfortably for 6 runs. What a shot that was. It was short. It stood up to be hit. And Umesh Kasun, who's been firing those sixers today, he moves along 26 of 19, the total up to 42 for 2, Singer Sri Lanka. That's what the doctor ordered for them in the power play overs. Get those big runs, get those sixers going. And Umesh Kasun doesn't disappoint. Look at that. It was short. It stood up to be hit. And Umesh Kasun made full use of that. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump. The next delivery. So 225 required in 260 deliveries. They got 8 wickets in hand. We're in the 7th over at the moment. They're going at 6.30. They require 5.19 from this stage onwards. Kendula into his 4th over, 3.4 overs, 2 for 28 his figures. Slow ball, well played, played on the offside, looking for one. Non-striker was not interested, Lage. He had to hurry back. Hot and humid afternoon here at the MCA grounds for this game. Mercantile B Division Premier League game between Singer Sri Lanka and Expo Lanka. Edged along the ground. Slip doesn't pick up cleanly. Gives the batsman the opportunity to cross for a single as well. Ends the over. 7 completed and Singer Sri Lanka 43 for 2 with Lage on 7. Kasun on 27. .224 runs required of 258 balls, 8 wickets in hand for Singer Sri Lanka. Expo Lanka put into bat today by Singer Sri Lanka in this game, and they went on to make 266 for 8 in their 50 overs, a run rate of 5.32. So Dilshan D'Souza, the opening batsman, now to turn his arm over to bowl his first over. He's played 18 matches, picked up 18 wickets, best figures being 4 for 9. Economy rate of 4.5, average 17.28. He'll have some work to do today for Expo Lanka. So one slip in place. Off the back foot, thumped away. Will stop that extra cover. Comes forward, wrapped on the pad. Appeal. This was the appeal. Sliding down the leg side. Bowler pull back. This one's lofted. Where's it gone? It's gone towards long on. Clears the man at long on. Over the rope, in fact, for 6 more. Umesh Kasun, another 6. His third 6 in the innings. That's well struck indeed. Takes Singer Sri Lanka to 49 for the loss of 2 wickets and takes Umesh Kasun on 33 of 26 balls. Off the back foot, hit away on the offside, but that point fielder does well to pull it back. Going for a big heave on the onside, straight towards the backward square leg, completes the over, 8 overs completed. Singer Sri Lanka 49 for the loss of 2 wickets. Umesh Kasun on 33 of 28. Hiruna Gallagher on 7 of 7. They need a further 218 of 252 balls. Current run rate 6.13. They require 5.19. So Nishant Peris's change of ends. He bowled from the pavilion end, now bowling from the far end. He bowled 2 overs, not for 12. And this will be his 3rd over. Hiruna Gallagher on strike. Field well spread. Backward square leg. A leg slip and a slip in place. Before the drive. Hits it hard in the ground. They got a deep mid wicket and a long on with the mid on the onside. A backward point, extra cover and mid off on the offside. And brings Gallagher well forward. Lofted, where has it gone? Has it gone all the way? Fielders after it, won't get there. It's gone over the rope for 6. Gallagher to act as well now. Another 6, the first on the offside. That's well struck. The timing was good. Well, so Singer Sri Lanka really chasing this target of 267 to win. Going great guns at the moment. They lost 2 early wickets. But these 2 batsmen are certainly there to make a partnership and build a partnership. So it's 55 for 2 after 8.3 overs. Gallagher into double figures on 13 of 10 balls. Umesh Kasun on 33 of 28. Peris once again. None for 18 of 2.3. Short down the leg side. They get back to the ball running down towards fine leg. Into the boundary for 4. Off the bat says the umpire. So 4 more runs to Gallagher. Takes him out to 17. And the total moves up to 59 for the loss of 2 wickets. Another big over for Singer Sri Lanka. 10 runs so far off the over. The 6 and the 4. So Peris round the wicket this time. Right arm round. Bowling to the right-handed Hiruna Gallagher, who's on 17 of 12. Driven past the bowler. Out towards long on, the batsman will cross a 1. And then Gallagher will keep the strike. End of the over, 9 completed. And Singer Sri Lanka 60 for 2 with Kasun on 33 and Gallagher on 18. So Dilshan D'Souza will continue to his second over. His first over considered 6 runs. In the meantime, Sri Lanka need a further 207 of 246 balls. They got 8 wickets in hand. Going along very nicely at the moment. 60 for 2 of the 9 overs. Gallagher on strike is on 18 of 13 balls. Umesh Kasun is on 33 of 28. Going for the drive. Doesn't make contact. Ball balloons off the pad towards the slip region. Tuck around the corner towards fine leg. Backward square leg. Runs across to do the fielding. The batsman crosses a 1. (61 for 2) of 9.2 overs. Brings Umesh Kasun to take strike. Hard hitting Umesh Kasun. Batted well. He's got 3 sixers so far in this innings. Well forward. Bat and pad close together. Runs it on the offside. So he's playing a calculated innings. Not going for big hits of every single delivery. He's picking them. Off the back foot, thumps it straight towards the backward point. Drives again in the air. Well, in the end, a very soft dismissal for Umesh Kasun, who's batting superbly. With another drive on the offside. Takes the outside edge of the bat, just balloons out on the offside. He throws his wicket away for 33. And there we go again. That's how the dismissal took place. Look at that. Very soft in the end. The fielder didn't have to move just a step or two. And a straightforward catch. And Sri Lanka lose their third wicket. 61 for 3 after 9.5 overs. Umesh Kasun goes to 33, called by Nishan Peris of Dilshan D'Souza. He had 3 sixers and 2 fours in that innings, a strike rate of 106.45. But all in vain as he just throws his wicket away. And of course, Expo Lanka pick up another important wicket. Passing to Dilshan, the new man walking out to join Hiruna Gallagher in the middle. So Dilshan D'Souza picks up his first wicket, 1 for 7 of 1.5 overs. All too easy for Expo Lanka. When you get a batsman who's going great guns, he hits the sixers and the boundary is coming, he needs to pick the right ball to hit as well. He can't hit every single delivery. So passing to Dilshan, he'll take strike to Dilshan D'Souza. The run rate at the moment 6.20. They need 5.13, but they can't go on losing wickets. The moment you start losing wickets, that's when the problems start in. Look at that. There we go. Poor shot. Just ballooned on the offside. So last ball, the 10th over coming up. Pascal Dilshan has played 7 games. Highest score being 26. Not much of an average to talk about at the moment. So slip and a leg slip in place. Plays defensively. The bowler fields on his follow through. End of the over. 10 completed. Sri Lanka 61 for 3. Pascal Dilshan till to score. Hiruna Gallagher on 19 and Dilshan D'Souza 1 for 7 from his 2 overs.
So they were looking to put up a partnership here. Umesh Kasun and Kaushik Kodatiwaka put on 20. Umesh Kasun and Hiruna Gallagher put on 37 in quick time. But that wicket of Kasun was a big blow. He's the chief run getter in this tournament. That certainly will put them on the back foot. Gallagher now has to make sure that he goes on to get a big score here. 19 of 15. He's got the start, batting at a very good strike rate. They've gone at over 6 runs per over. The problem is they lost 3 wickets. They haven't got that big partnership in. Passing to Dilshan. He's been good with the bat as well. They thought they had their man. It was the skipper, I think, who went for it. Samir Soiza, he has a big smile on his face. He was at second slip. Oh, just got his fingers under it. Tried to push it up, but just could not. Difficult chance. Just tried to push it up so that he could catch it on the rebound or maybe the second slip, but just could not do that. Good to see them enjoying their cricket. Gallagher is looking good. Ishan Pir is once again a touch expensive into his 4th over. He's gone for 25. He hasn't been at his best form in the recent past, Nishan Peris. In white ball cricket in particular, batsmen have taken a liking to him. Probably because of the variations of the skill. Nowadays, you need a lot of variation to adapt to white ball cricket. Nishan Peris is more of that orthodox off spinner we have seen over the years. 11 done, 63 for 3. So 63 for 3. 11 overs completed. Dilshan D'Souza is the bowler. 1 for 7 for him so far. Passing to Dilshan is off the mark. Couple of runs to the skipper. On the mark. Gets one. Right into the block hole. Not easy to get away, but Hiruna Gallagher is looking good. These two, this partnership here is very crucial. Gallagher is settling in well. Passing to Dilshan, has got runs behind his name in the last 2 games. He's promoted himself up the order. They know they're chasing a big total and they need a big partnership. One big partnership to get them closer to this score. 200 needed in 230 deliveries, certainly gettable. And at the moment they're going at 6 runs per over. So this is almost 6 runs per over. This is always gettable if you keep wickets intact. A win here for Singha will give them a lot of confidence going in to those playoffs or to the eliminator. Another good over. 12 done. 68 for 3. So Nishan Piris into his 5th. They're using their experienced bowler up front here. They have the 2 wrist spinners, Sandakan and Marsha Thadupati, to come. So they're trying to get maximum out of these overs in the power plays with a new ball from Nishan Piris. So when you have a quality bowlers to come, the run chase becomes even more difficult for Singer. Another dot ball. Certainly bowling well. That's excellent over. Maiden from Nishan Piris. Important over. 13 done. 68 for 3. They found it difficult to get Dilshan Desai and Nishan Piris away in this last 2 to 3 overs. Brings the mid-off into the circle. He was at long off. Has those 2 slip fielders still in position. So here's mid-off up. A sweeper cover patrol in the boundary. A bit of an inside edge. Planted his left foot in front of the stumps. If he missed the bat, he would have been an LBW candidate. In the years gone by, they say bat and pad together, but nowadays it has all changed. Oh, goes for the big one. Cross batted, looking to target the curve corner. This is steady bowling. Just picking up the 1s and the 2s. If they could be doing this for a period of time, that will help. As long as they don't get that required run rate to get over 6 to 7 runs per over, that's where the problem starts. As long as it's below 6 runs per over, you feel that Singer still have it in control. But just the 3 runs of that one. 14 done. 71 for 3. Pushed on the offside. This is good stuff. Just keeping on the pressure, building the pressure here. You feel that something is coming quickly because they need to get on with the game. A few good overs here by the slow spinners, experienced spinners, Nishan Piris and Dilshan D'Souza. They haven't leaked any runs, not given away the boundary in the last 5 overs. That has been important. Just 3-4 runs per over, not conceded the boundary, and kept the runs in check. That gap between runs and balls is now reducing. So as soon as it gets even, that will be 6 runs per over required from there onwards. Final ball of the over, just a 1 run. Will pass into Dilshan, try to go for the big shot. No, he watchfully plays it. Mix up, but they get through for a single. Scrambles through for a single. Another good over, just 2 runs. 15 done, 73 for 3.
Sri Lanka 73 for 3. 2 extras only so far in the innings. 15 overs completed. There's the batsman out. Induvara, Kasun and Umesh. Kasun was the batsman who was out. So Pasin Dilshan is on 6. Hiruna Galagi on 25 of 32. 194 required over 210 balls. They got 7 wickets in hand. Another 35 overs to get there. Dilshan D'Souza 1 for 15 from his 4 overs. This will be his 5th over. Passing Dilshan on strike. A slip in place with the backward point, a point, sweep a cover, the extra cover and a long off. That's the offside field. Wide, way outside the line of off stump. Wide call by the umpire as well. So 1 more to the total. It's got to be re-bowled. So the 2 spin bowlers, Piris and D'Souza, keeping things quiet. The boundaries have dried up. Putting a lot of pressure on the batsman, in fact, at the moment. Off the back foot, played towards backward point, single being taken. That's a good, quick single being taken. That's good running between the wickets. Seized the opportunity straight away is Galage and Dilshan. So Galagi on strike. He's faced 32 balls, faced 25. Use of feet, drives down the track. The bowler fields on his follow through. Outside the line of off stump, so he shoulders arms this time. Well forward is Galage. Lot of respect to the right arm spinner, Dilshan D'Souza. Again using his feet down the track, bowler fields on his follow through. Ends the 16th over and Singer Sri Lanka 75 for 3. Hiruna Galage on 25 and passing to Dilshan on 7. Dilshan D'Souza 5 overs, 1 for 17. There's the bowling figures. So Expo Lanka as well. Hevin Kenula has picked up 2 for 29. Expensive, but picked up those 2 early wickets. Dilshan D'Souza has picked up 1. So in 16 overs, Singer Sri Lanka 75 for 3. Current run rate 4.69. It was going at over 6 runs and over because the pressure exerted by the 2 spinners has brought it down and right change the bowling. Lakshan Sadakan coming on for the first time this innings. This is going to be interesting. What will Sadakan's tactics be? To the right-handed pass into Dilshan. Look at the field. He's got a slip and a leg slip in place. Extra cover. Man at mid-off. And also the long off on the offside. On the onside, deep backward square leg in the boundary. Deep mid-wicket at the boundary. Long on at the boundary and mid-on. First ball wrapped on the pad, shout for LBW, but perhaps sliding down the leg side that time. So he's got a man a short extra cover as well. That's the last delivery. Yes. The peel, but he's sliding down the leg side. 75 for 3 years, Singer Sri Lanka. Given out, stumped. Well, there we go. That's the breakthrough that Expo Lanka wanted. And Sandakan comes on, forces the batsman on the front foot, comes forward. Perhaps that back leg had moved. The wicketkeeper saw that, had the bails off, and Singer Sri Lanka lose their 4th wicket. Disappointment for the batsman. Sandakan picks up a wicket. Second ball he is bowled. Passing to Dilshan, stumped by Janak Kaushal of Lakshan Sandakan for 7. So 75 for 4, Singer Sri Lanka losing the momentum slightly. The current run rate drops to 4.59. They require 192 in 202 balls. But the most important part for Singer Sri Lanka is that they lost 4 wickets so far. Well, that's been the problem. So Expo Lanka taking a firm grip on this game. There we go again. There's that foot on the line. Well, there we are, foot on the line. Batsman can't believe it. The umpire has seen that. Rules him out. Stumped. So on the line belongs to the umpire more or less. And the umpire had a firm view of that. He had no hesitation when the bail came off. And the appeal was made to raise his finger. Asanta Basanayaka, the new man who walks in to join Hiruna Galagi on 25. So Sandakan, 1 wicket for no runs on the 2 balls is bowled. The left-handed Basanayaka takes guard. Singer Sri Lanka 75 for 4. So Basanayaka has played 18 matches. He's made 91 runs as his top score. Strike rate of 89.67. 250s in his career. So he can use the bat to good effect, and Singer Sri Lanka look to him also to make some partnerships with Hirnagal. Slip and a gully in place with the leg slip. The three close catchers of the back foot. Well stopped by that extra car fielder, diving to his left. Well, there we are. Sandakan appreciates that. Look at that for a moment. The ball bounces well. Look at the fielding. On the batting wicket as well, taking that dive. So rest of the field in the offside has got the backward point, the sweeper cover, the mid off and the long off on the offside. Sandakan, left arm over. Basanaka well forward, pushes down the track. The bowler fields on his follow through. Very tight over. Picked up one wicket, not conceded a run in the 5 balls he's bowled so far. Lakshan Sandakan. The pressure really being exerted on the Singer Sri Lanka batsman. This one gets a thin edge. The ball runs out of the leg side. Leg slip, runs across to do the fielding. They pick up a single that will end the over. So 17 overs completed, and Singer Sri Lanka 76 for 4 with Galagi on 25, Basanak on 1. So there's the Singer Sri Lanka batting card. Induvara opened the innings. They're off to a flying start when runs came in very quickly, but they lost their way, losing 4 wickets. So Basanak on strike, the left-hander is on 1. Galagi, the non-strikers in. Nimesha Gunasinghe to bowl his first over. So Gunasinghe didn't have a good day, the bat today. His best bowling figures, 3 for 33 from the 9 matches he's played. Economy rate is not bad, 4.72. Taken a total of 5 wickets so far in his one-day career. So Expo Lanka have got an array of bowlers to turn to, especially spinners. Nicely worked away by Basanak on the onside. Just worked it down towards backward square leg. We'll pick up 1 for that. So brings Hiruna Galagi to take strike on 25 of 36 balls. Singer Sri Lanka 77 for 4. The target 267. Adjustments the field. So Gunasinghe has got a slip in place. Driven up eastly on the offside. Sweeper moves across to his right. Cuts it off inside the boundary. The batsman will come back for 2. Here Nagalagi, he'll play his strokes. He wants to get after the bowling. Wants to make sure that Singer Sri Lanka will release a respectability. He moves on 27. It's 79 for 4. Trying to drive it to the offside. Hits it hard in the ground. The ball runs out towards the bowler who fields on his follow through. Lofted on the offside. Fielder, we won't get to that. He was fielding at long off, in fact, and the captain took him in into the 30-yard circle and now trying to come back. It was over his head. So single being taken. There we go. The lofted shot on the offside. So the left-handed Basanak on strike once again. He's on 2. Dropped, cotton bowled, should have been taken. Straightforward catch to Gunasinghe. Makes a hash of that. Ends the over, 18 completed. There we go again. This is what really happened. Driven straight to the bowler. Got his hands to it. Couldn't hold on. Annoyed with himself. Well, we should be annoyed with yourself when you drop those catches. And after 18 overs, Single Sri Lanka 80 for 4 with Basanayake on 2 and Galage on 28. Right, so time for a drink for the players. And there we are. If you missed out on the first part of our coverage of the action of this Mercantile B Division Premier League game from the MCA grounds between Expo Lanka and Single Sri Lanka. Single Sri Lanka won the toss and invited Expo Lanka to bat first. And they made 266 for 8 in their 50 overs, a run rate of 5.32. And after lunch, Single Sri Lanka coming out to make 267 to win. 80 for 4 after 18 overs. And there's the bowling card. Kendula has picked up 2 wickets. Desois of 1 and Sandakan has picked up 1 wicket. The follow wickets 4, 24, 61 and 75. 3 extras in that total of 80 for 4. So long way for Single Sri Lanka to go. They'll need 2 batsmen to really settle in there, make a partnership going. And look at that, that's how the first wicket fell. Clean bowled. And the next one, very soft dismissal. In the air, and then the third wicket as well. Look at that, field had no problems at all in picking that up. And there's the stumping that came with the toe on the crease. And that was the 4th wicket to fall for Single Sri Lanka. So the first hour and 10 minutes, certainly Expo Lanka had the better of Single Sri Lanka in this game. With the lost wickets at regular intervals, couldn't really get a big partnership going except for Umesh Kasoon, who made 33 of 31 balls. Hiruna Galage is there on 28 of 39. And the others not in double figures as well. So the batting to come for Single Sri Lanka, not the best of batsmen to come, but still they have another 6 wickets in the bag with Single Sri Lanka. And as we talk about the weather down here at the MCA grounds, the sun has gone behind some clouds. It's a better environment for the players in the middle. Not so hot as it was in the afternoon. Light breeze blowing across the grounds as well. The comfort level for the players will be quite high at the moment. And this is where Single Sri Lanka must take advantage of the conditions at work. And Asanta Basanayake had a life in that last over. He was dropped, caught and bowled. Could have been much worse for Single Sri Lanka. They could have lost their 5th wicket. They're 80 for 4 at the moment. They could have been 80 for 5 very easily had that catch been taken. And we're talking about the results in this tournament. Expo Lanka have played 2 matches so far. They won both matches. Single Sri Lanka, on the other hand, have played 2. No success in the winning column at the moment. And there we are. That's that blue line being drawn, the tram lines as we call them, for the wide call for the umpires. At the break always we find that the ground staff will come out to refresh the pitch and also mark out the creases, because sometimes they get taken away with all the action that goes on the middle. And there are the 2 blue lines. We call the tram lines for the wide call. So the players taking their positions. Nimesha Gunasinghe has conceded 4 runs in his first over. Should have had that wicket of Vasanta Basanayake that caught and bowled. He dropped it. Straightforward chance, in fact, to the bowler. So Lakshan Sandakan, who's bowled 1 over, 1 for 1 his figures, will bowl his 2nd over and the 19th of the Single Sri Lanka innings. Hiruna Galage, the right hand on strike. He takes a guard as well from the umpire. He's played some aggressive shots as Galage. And what will he do with Sandakan? Sandakan, experienced campaigner, a Sri Lankan cap as well. Later on the offside, no chance of a run. Drives uppishly down towards that backward point region. Third man runs in, there's the fielding. They pick up a single for that. So brings Basanayak on strike. He's on 2. 81 for 4 is a single Sri Lanka after 18.2 overs. Current run rate is 4.42. They were going it over 6 runs and over. That's dropped after those wickets fell. And the spinners pulled the game back off the back foot. This time that extra cover can't pick it up cleanly, so the sweeper will tidy up and they'll pick up one more run. So Basanaka moves on to 3 and brings Garlagi on strike once again. 185 record of 189 balls. Only 6 wickets in hand at the moment for single Sri Lanka. Worked away on the onside. Mid wicket, there's the fielding. Slip and a leg slip in position. So 2 runs off this Sandakan over so far. He's bowled 5 deliveries. 1 for 3 is figures. As the sun comes out from behind the clouds, it's going to become hot and humid again. Ends the over. 19 completed, and a single Sri Lanka 82 for 4 with Hiruna Garlagi on 29, Asanta Basanayak on 3, and Sandakan 2 overs. His figures are 1 for 3. So 185 required of 186 balls. That's the equation for single Sri Lanka. So Basanayak will take strike. Gunasinghe to bowl his second over from the pavilion end. Driven out towards deep mid-on. They cross for a single. Flighted. Garlagi drives, but straight to the bowler. High, lofted, fielder coming in. Can't get his hands to it. Long on was running in to take that. It was in the air for quite some time. But he was well short of it in the end. Good attempt, in fact. This is what really happened. There it goes up. Coming down, the fielder comes in. Keeps his eyes on the ball. Just couldn't get there in time. Driven towards long on, a single taken. Comfortable in the end. Required rate 6 runs and over. Run a ball, that's what's required for single Sri Lanka. Tucked round the corner. Easy single being taken. Nicely played, well fielded at backward point. Ends the 20th over. And Single Sri Lanka 86 for 4. Asanta Basanayake on 5. Hirnu Galage on 31. And Gunasinga 2 overs, none for 8.
So 86 for 4 after 20 overs. The run rate has dropped slightly. It was well above 5. It has gone down to 4.30. Sandakan, Nishan Piris and company have put on the pressure, bowled a lot of dot deliveries and not given anything away. Sandakan picking up a wicket as well in his first over. He's a difficult customer to get away. Was a part of that CCC lineup in the start of the major clubs tournament, but after that lost his place, didn't play all the games. Lakshan Sandakan, after some of the youngsters came back. This is it through the offside. So Galage is the key to this run chase. He's 32 of 50. He needs to support the Asanta Basanayake. Played a very good knock in one of the earlier games he played. They need the resistance. They need everybody to contribute from here onwards if they're going to chase this total. 118, 177. So now the required run rate is gone above that 6-run mark. This is what I was talking about earlier. Look at that delivery. That jumped, turn, everything in it. Very unlucky now to get a wicket. That was almost unplayable. Lakshan Sandakan. He can be a difficult customer, hard to pick. Dipped into the left hand, pitched and turned away. Beautifully bowled. Such a difficult art bowling these wrist spinners, left arm spinner. Chinaman bowler. Quite a few now in modern day cricket. Kuldeep Yadav for India is one of them. Shamsi for South Africa is another that is going around. We remember Paul Adams in the years gone by for South Africa as well. "21 done, 89 for 4. So Nimesh Gunasinghe will continue 2 overs for 8. That's well bowled. Another couple of runs. They need every run possible. quicker delivery. Rushes him onto the back foot. So the required run rate is creeping up gradually. 6.18. The key need to keep getting these runs every over. So far only 3 of the over, 2 balls to go. Need to find the boundary here, or a couple of 2s to keep up with that run rate. Now that's the problem they will have. Once it reaches 7, then the pressure will start to tell. They won't mind the singles. The ones will not matter at all to Expo Lanka, because they know they need much more. The batting side needs much more than that. Goes for the sweep. If that's the boundary he was looking for, yes it is. That will trickle over the ropes. So Hirunagalage finds the boundary, ends it in a positive manner. 8 runs off that over. That's what they need on a regular basis here. A boundary every over, just to keep this run flow going. Good shot, well controlled. Much needed boundary. 97 for 4 after 22. So one slip and a leg slip for Sandakan. That's because he's getting that ball to turn both ways. That was for the left-hander. Will he have the same feel for the right-hander? Is there a leg slip and a slip? Yes, there is. It's been on the button so far. This is good bowling. Garlic has played a good innings to 40 or 59. You'll take that any day. It's just that he hasn't had the support from the other end so far. For a while we saw Kasun play positively, but his dismissal certainly pushed them back. And also the wicket of the skipper. Two runs of the first 5 deliveries. This ball is very important. The current run rate is 4.34, but the required run rate is just about 6 runs per over. Excellent stuff from Sandakan. Just a 3 of that one. 23 done. 100 on the board for Sri Lanka, chasing this big total of 267. They've got to 100 for 4 after 23 overs. Sumal Shatarupati. Best ball in 9 for 67. That's interesting. He's a wicket taker. Leg spinners are always wicket takers. Goes for that pull. Bit of a bottom edge. There's a leg slip for Tarupati as well, and a slip. Subhas Naik, he's on strike. Every dot ball they play, the required run rate is jumping up. Still in control though, 166 of 160 is very gettable. A couple of good overs and that required run rate will drop. But they need to keep wickets intact. That's Rastro. Can bowl the googly as well. That will be heading down the leg side. Probably pitching outside the leg stump as well. Yeah, that was thirdly going down the leg side, no doubt. That was the googly. The umpiring has been very good today so far. Down on one, and he gets that over the ropes. That's 6. We lost it for a while in our cameras, but umpire Amar Singh signals 6. So after a very good over of just 1 run in the first 5, he's gone for 6 off the last delivery. 24 done, 107 for 4. Hirunagalage picking that early, going for the slog sweep. And he had enough on it to clear the ropes. So he's managed to get a couple of good overs in that last over. Earlier we saw the previous one from Nimesh Gunasinghe hitting a boundary, getting 8 off it. Now hitting a 6 to get 7 off the over. Just keeping up with that required run rate. This partnership 32 of 46. Hirunagalage has been the chief run scorer. That's skidded through Lakshan Santhakan. Too close probably to play the cut. Good to see him bowling with a bit of good control here in this spell so far. Hasn't really given anything away. He has the tendency to bowl short or bowl the full toss. But today he's bowled on a very good length. Once again, well bowled. Beautifully done. Two and away through the offside. Gallagher is looking good. He squeezed that through the offside. They should come back for a comfortable 2 runs. Gets him closer to that 50. Final delivery here of this over. It's just the 3 runs so far. .66 balls for his 49. It has come in very good time. That's a loose delivery on leg stump, and he's been put away for 4. That's not a good delivery to end the over from the experience on the can. And a very good half century by Hiruna Gallagher. 53 of just 67 balls. He's played his part so far, but still 25 overs to go. It's the halfway mark. Long way to go. And they need Gallagher to bat right throughout this innings and try and get a big score here if they are to win this game. But they're keeping up with that required run rate in the last few overs. 25 done, 114 for 4.
So good half century from Gallagher, 53 of 67 balls. And Single Sri Lanka 114 for 4 after 25. They need for the 153 runs in 25 overs. Required rate is 6.12. They're going at 4.56 at the moment. Tarupati. Basanayaka trying to work that on the offside. Malsha Tarupati into second over, none for 7. What an innings he played with the bat. Left on the pad again, shout fell BW. Not out says the umpire. They cross saw a single leg by call by the umpire. So slip and a leg slip in place. A backward point, extra cover, sweeper cover and a long off. That's the offside field. They got a man at a backward square leg, deep mid wicket and a deep mid on. Nice driven on the offside. Long off moves quickly to his left to do the fielding. The batsman crossed the 1. Current run rate 4.52. They were going at over 6 runs in over at one stage. But once they started losing wickets, the rate dropped. Off the back foot, forced away nicely on the offside. Sweeper has a long chase to pick that up. They're so inside the boundary, they come back for 2. Again played away on the offside. Well struck, beats the fielder who can't get there. That's 4 runs. So Basanayak into his stride as well. And that completes the 26th over. And look at that. The timing was good. The placement was excellent. Just ran quickly over the outfield to the boundary. So So Singer Sri Lanka 122 for 4 of 26 overs. Asad Basanak on 16. Hirunagalage on 54. And Tarupati 2 overs, done for 14. Right, let's take a look at the 50 highlights of that innings. There we go. Another nice pull shot on the onside down towards backward square leg. And a nice sweep shot as well. The field had no chance in cutting that off. We played some really good shots. And look at that again. Another sweep shot along the ground. And finds the boundary. So Galage certainly very effective with his shot selection. He's now on 54 of 69 deliveries. They need 145 of 144 balls. Manasa de Silva to bowl his second over. None for 2 his figures at the moment. So 145 required of 144 balls. They got 6 wickets in hand. That's the equation for Singer Sri Lanka. They'll need Galage to bat deep in this innings. And also Basanaka. They need a partnership from these two. So helmets come out as we're back to the medium paces. So one slip in place to the backward point. The sweeper cover in place, extra cover and a mid-off. That's the offside field on the onside. They got a fine leg, a deep backward square leg on the boundary. A mid-on. And here's De Silva. Outside the line of off stump, shoulders, arms is Galage. He's not going to be tempted. So the captain himself, who was that slip, is moving out onto the onside. He's gone to a short mid-wicket position. We're in the 27th over of the innings. Galage on 54 on strike. He's faced 71 deliveries. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump. Not using his feet this time, Galage. He was playing from the crease. Trying to play it on the offside. Drive it towards extra cover. Not successful. So Expo Lanka skipper thinks that perhaps we'll go into the medium pace, away from the spin. A lot of overs of spin, and that certainly put the brakes on the free scoring of the Singer Sri Lanka batsmen. It was backward point again, looking for the single, not to be, as it was picked up quickly. Galage and Basanaka, they'll have to get this partnership going. Will be 2 key players for Singer Sri Lanka. So 145 required of 140 balls. The equation, 6 wickets in hand. Nicely played. Sweeper will tidy up. They'll pick up a single for that. So gets Galage on 55, brings Basanak on 16 to take strike. It's 123 for 4. We've got 1 ball left in the 27th over. And for the benefit of viewers just joining a live telecast of this Mercantile B Division Premier League tournament game from the MCA grounds between Singer Sri Lanka and Expo Lanka. Singer Sri Lanka won the toss, invited Expo Lanka to bat first. They made 266 for 8 in 50 overs, a run rate of 5.32, and Single Sri Lanka set themselves 267 to win. They're 123 for 4 after 26.5 overs. Played on the offside. Mid-off, there's the fielding. The lengthy over 27 completed. Single Sri Lanka 123 for 4 with Basanaik on 16, Galagi on 55, and Manasa de Silva 2 overs, none for 3. So there's the equation, 144 required of 138 balls, 6 wickets in hand. That's the equation for Single Sri Lanka. Current run rate 4.56, requiring 6.26 from this stage onwards. Malsha Tarupati to bowl his third over, none for 14 from 2 overs. Right arm leg spinner. Neatly played on the onside, down towards a deep mid wicket for a single. And there's overthrows. That's a poor return to the wicket keeper. So 1 extra run. Total up to 125 for 4. Good is the feet again by Galagi. Drives out towards long off for a single. In fact, they complete a couple. Nicely played down towards fine leg. That's 4 off the bat. That's a very poor delivery from Tarupati. Bowling a quicker ball down the leg side. Galagi got back to it. Look at that. It flew down to that fine leg boundary before. There was no chance for any fielder to come along. And takes Single Sri Lanka up to 131 for 4. He takes guard once again. There's Galagi. He's on 63 of 77 balls. Again, good use of feet. Plays out towards long off for a single. Malsha Tarupati was a revelation at under 19 cricket as well. None for 23 of 2.5 overs at the moment. Quite expensive for the right arm leg spinner. Well run. The ball just easing out of the leg side towards square leg. Ends the over as well. 28 overs completed. Single Sri Lanka 133 for 4 with Galagi on 64, Basanaik on 17 and Malsha Tarupati 3 overs, none for 24. So the Expo Lanka players, little huddle, little discussion going on amongst the captain and his teammates. Some strategies being worked out. Finally settled to take their positions for the next over number 29. The Galagi and Basanaik have held the fort for Single Sri Lanka. Must be worrying Expo Lanka a bit. They want to pick up a wicket. Manasa De Silva, who's bowled 2 overs, none for 3, will continue. He'll bowl from the far end of the grounds. So the discussion must have been how to pick up a wicket at the moment for Expo Lanka. It's a nice afternoon here in Colombo. Sun shining down brightly on the grounds as well. A nice breeze blowing across, which will give the players some comfort. Here's De Silva. Basanak on the back foot. Full face to the bat, plays it out on the offside towards extra cover. It's a dot ball. So third man, backward point, extra cover, sweeper cover in the mid-off, the offside field. On the onside, he's got the man at mid-wicket and mid-on with the deep backward square leg. And again, Basanak on the back foot plays out on the offside. So 2 dot balls. Singer Sri Lanka out to make an impression. They have played 2 matches, lost both. Expo Lanka have played 2, won both matches. They sit on top of the points table in their group. So it's the case of Singer Sri Lanka playing for pride in this match. Short but off the back foot, plays on the onside. The bowler fields on his follow through, another dot ball. So more pressure on the batsman from Manasa De Silva. 3 dot balls, requiring 134 of 129 balls with 6 wickets in hand. That's the equation for Singer Sri Lanka. Expo Lanka did well. They put it to bat. They made 266 or 8 in their 50 overs, a run rate of 5.32. Nicely played off the back foot, but sweeper cover will tidy up. Only a single. So Galage and Basanaka have got together for the swift wicket little partnership. Galage is taking guard from the umpire again. He's on 64 of 79 deliveries. Asant Basanaka is on 18 of 31. He's the left-hander. Galage is the right-hander. Current run rate 4.67. They require 6.23 from this stage onwards. Played defensively. No foot movement from Galage. He stands in the crease and puts the bat down, plays it out on the offside. Galage can use a long handle. We see a couple of beautiful sixers as well. Again played on the offside towards extra cover. Single been taken, direct hit. Would have had him in trouble. They run one more for the overthrow. So 2 runs been taken there. So 29 overs completed. Singer Sri Lanka 136 of 4 with Galage on 66 of 81 balls. Asanta Basanak on 18 of 31. Manasa De Silva 3 overs, none for 6, and it's 136 for 4. So looking at the Singer Sri Lanka batting card, Induvara made 4. And they lost some early wickets. So Nishan Peris will continue to bowl his 7th over. None for 27 his figures. Bowling from the pavilion end. Basanak on strike with an 18 on 30 of 31 balls. Single Sri Lanka 136 of 4 of 29 overs. Required for the 131 of 126 deliveries. So looking at the field, he's got a slip in place, a backward point, a point, extra cover, sweeper cover, and a long off. First ball to Basanak is pushed away towards long off for a single. Now find the right hand on strikes. The field will change over. Single being taken again. A lot of quick singles being taken by Garlage and Basanaka. And the throws to the stumps not really hitting. So Pires round the wicket, brings Basanaka well forward, plays out on the onside towards short made wicket. Another dot ball. Nishan Pires gets through his overs pretty quickly. 6.4 overs, none for 29 his figures. Driven nicely, well stopped. Extra cover running across to his left doing the fielding. The batsman was thinking of a single. Sent back straight away was Basanaka by Garlage at the non-striker's end. Along the ground towards deep mid-on, ends the over. 30 completed, and the single Sri Lanka 138 for 4, with Asanta Basanak on 19, Hiruna Garlage on 67, Nishan Pires 7 overs, none for 29.
So far it has been a very good run chase. 129 required in 120 deliveries, 6 wickets in hand. Certainly gettable with a very good partnership here. Hiruna Garlage 67 of 82 is playing a very good knock. Pasnaika 19 of 36 is supporting him, and the runs have come in a decent pace. They have never let the run rate go beyond reach. They have always kept it below that 7 runs per over. It's been hovering there for a while. If they keep hitting like this or batting like this for the next 10 overs or so, get 5 to 6 runs every over and keep wickets in hand in the last 10 overs, they certainly can put up the charge. Still a long way to go though. Madhubhashana, better known as Manasa Madhubhashana, Manasa De Silva here, into his 4th over. Just opens the face, runs it towards that back point region, gives it direction. Very good batting. Another dot ball is on the mark, on the money. Again towards the backward point. So dot balls, 2 dot balls on the trot, 3 in the over. This is building up the pressure. You feel that Asantha Basnayaka now will be looking to find the boundary, at least get a couple of twos here. This last 2 deliveries. Yes, there you go. That was a short delivery. Has he got it into the gap? He has. No, just a single. There is enough protection at deep square leg. It's a good over from Manasa so far. Getting that required run rate up to 6.63. Every delivery is important in this run chase. Another dot ball to end the over. 31 done, 140 for 4. So Nishan Piris into his 8th over, gone for 29. His first 4 overs, in fact his first 3 overs, if I'm correct, went for 23. The next 4 overs he's given away just 6 runs. So he's been measly in his second spell. Now this will be his final spell. Interesting field. There is a very shortish extra cover, standing very straight for that upish drive. He's one of the catchers. He's trying to go over the top. Has he got enough of it? It's coming down. And it's gone for 6. Well, we lost it in our cameras. But it's 6 runs all the way. And I think the ball is gone as well. Bas Naik taking on Nishan Piris in the very first delivery. Straight over the side screen. And out it went. So we need a replacement ball. This can happen quite a lot at the MCA. Not much today, but in T20 cricket it does disappear quite a lot. So this is a good strike. 6 runs to start off the over. Nishan Piris is now under pressure. 121 in 113. A couple of more blows like that and the required run rate will drop below 6 runs per over. When you hit a boundary of the very first ball or the second ball of the over, it's a pressure straight away on the bowler to try and keep it down as much as possible. So chance to get a big over here. There you go. Didn't get it, didn't time it as he would have wanted. Got the inside part of the bat. Still 7 of the over, above the required run rate, so that's good going. This is turning out to be a very interesting run chase here. Oh, has he got him? Given as not out. Were they appealing for a caught behind? Were they appealing for a stump in? The wicket keeper went up. So did the bowler. The bowler thought that he had a bit of inside edge or bottom edge onto that one. Umpire Amar Singh says he didn't spot it. He hasn't seen anything. The stump in wasn't given by umpire Sankananikar at square leg. That's difficult to see Certainly there is no stumping involved. Did it brush the bat on the way? That's what Nishan Peris thought. That was a key moment in the game. They needed the wicket of Galage. He's looking very good. 8 of the over. 32 done. 148 for 4. So 32 done, 50 of the 50 overs, 6.61 is the required run rate. They want to keep it in control, not let it go above the 7 runs. 119 of 108. Manasa will continue. Sport 4 overs for just 8 runs. Hiruna Galige is looking very confident. It has been a very good innings, 70 of 88. He's looked in excellent touch from ball number 1. He was timing the ball well. And Basnaik has given him lots of support. They won't mind the singles as long as they get a single every ball. 150 now on the board. Single Sri Lanka. That's all they need. A run every ball. 6 runs per over and they'll get to their target. So they will be happy if they get a run every ball and not concede dot balls. Dot balls will just pile up the pressure. Goes over the top, in the air for a while, but falls safely. For a moment you would have thought that will carry to the third man fielder. They know the wicket of Hiruna Galige is the key here. Good batting. Eased into the offside. Another single. That's a ball down the leg side, called wide. Loose delivery from Manasa. So 5 runs off the first 5. Now he has to re-bowl this one. So 6 runs off the over already with 1 to go. That's all they need in this run chase. Anything here in this delivery is going to be a bonus. They'll be very happy if they can pick up a boundary here. Once that required runs comes below the 100-run mark, psychologically it will really help Singer. Keeps it to 6, 33 done, 154 for 4. So Lakshan Sandakan is back into the attack. He has 5 overs remaining. Now his 5 overs are going to be very crucial in this passage of play. 32, 33 to 43. He'll bowl 5 overs most probably. Now he hasn't been easy to get away. He's just conceded 3 runs per over. And when you're looking to get a run rate of over 6 runs per over, it's going to be really difficult. Can they get 6 runs per over from Sandakan for the next 5? Starts off with 2 dot deliveries. Gets that outside edge. You just feel that the non-striker, or the striker, beg your pardon, Galage, is struggling a bit. I think he's pulled a hamstring or something like that. He was not running quickly at all. That first single he took. The first run was very slow. Is he tired? We'll have to wait and see. They got 2 of that one. It was a bit of an outside edge. I think he's probably having some discomfort with his left leg. Yes. Even that shot, you could see that he was just poking his bat at it. Yeah, his left leg, I just feel, is having some sort of a niggle. 2 runs of the first 4 deliveries. Now this is the pressure. The required run rate has jumped up. 111 of 98. He goes for the big one. Gets it into the gap. And finds the boundary. In fact, it has gone over the ropes. I thought that was 1 bounce over the ropes, but it's cleared the rope. That was a good hit. That was a flat hit. Minimum effort in that shot. Just planted his left foot down the track, went for the slog, and he's made good connection. This is excellent batting by Galage. He's moved into the 80s, 81 now. And 9 runs off that over as well from Sandakan. So that's a good one. 34 done, 163 for 4. You see, 88-run partnership of just 106 deliveries. It's come in very good time. Basnaik has contributed 29 and Galag has contributed 56. But what is good is they haven't taken any risk at all in this partnership. The runs have come quite easy to them. When they were under pressure, they needed the boundary. They have found the boundary. This is the partnership between these two, left hand right hand combination. Basnaik and Galage. Galage has been the aggressor. He's used the sweep shot really well against the spinners. And they haven't taken any risk. You haven't seen any false shots. They played good cricket. Like I mentioned, when they needed the boundary, they have found it every over. The other overs, they managed to rotate the strike, get 4-5 runs per over. It has been a steady progress. So Dilshan D'Souza is back into the attack. 5 overs for 17. I think you feel that now Expo Lanka are starting to worry a bit because of this partnership of 88, one approach in 100, and just 104 needed. Once that comes down to that double figure mark, there will definitely be pressure on Expo Lanka. They need to break the partnership badly. At the moment, there are no signs of that. This is a very good track for batting. They've tried all the options available. They're using their experience now. So he gets that square leg, backward square leg into the 30-yard circle. Does well of his own bowling. So there is one at long on at the deep mid wicket, and there is a short mid wicket as well. The 4 fielders on the onside. He's telling the batter to go across the line if you need it. But Galag has shown very good skill and temperament. He's not bothered. Even he plays a couple of deliveries, dot deliveries. He's not really bothered about it. He knows he can get the boundary, Hiruna Galage. They've shown good composure. Squeezed into the offside. Basnaik slowly but surely he's moved up to 30. But this is good bowling. He's bowling on that leg stump. He's telling the batter, if you want to find the boundary, you have to go across the line. It's not giving him any width outside the off stump as well. So just the 3 runs off that over. That's a good one for Expo Lanka. 35 done, 166 for 4.
Right, so there is the scorecard for single Sri Lanka. Look at that. Garlagi on 83 of 101 balls. Basanaka on 30 of 47. Good support as Basanaka provided to Garlagi. 6 extras, the total of 166 for 4. Drinks on the field at the moment. They require 267. So for the 101 runs required of 30 or 15 overs, that's the equation for single Sri Lanka. Can they get there? As Expo Lanka made 266 for 8 in their 50 overs, a run rate of 5.32. And single Sri Lanka, who seemed to be down and out at one stage, having lost 2 wickets early. And great revival with this partnership between Garlage and Basanaka, who got together for the 5th wicket. So Expo Lanka in little huddle at the moment, going through what should be really done. Plans being worked out, because Singer Sri Lanka has certainly surprised them. Singer Sri Lanka has played 2 matches, lost both, but Expo Lanka has played 2, has won both matches. So that's how the game goes at the moment. So the partnership at the moment for this 5th wicket is 91 runs. They came together as 75 for 4. It's now 166 for 4. And this has been a real great partnership for Singer Sri Lanka. Garlic on 83 of 101 balls. Basanak on 30 of 47, given Garlic good support. And 101 required in 90 balls for Singer Sri Lanka. They got 6 wickets in hand. The ground staff was busy remarking the creases. That's what they do when the drinks break is taken. And Expo Lanka perhaps got their thinking cap on, a bit worried as to where things are going. The current run rate is 4.74. They require 6.73. Still very gettable when you got 6 wickets at hand. And with this partnership between Basanayake and Garlage, if they really keep going, perhaps Singer Sri Lanka will pull off an absolute upset win against Expo Lanka. But still a long way to go for Singer Sri Lanka, but they've got to a position where they can start to dictate terms as well. And a little discussion in the middle of all the players of Expo Lanka with the captain coming to an end. Perhaps a few strategies being worked out as to what to really do, how to pick up a wicket. As Basanayake and Garlage have shown the way. There was a catch dropped earlier when Basanayake offered a caught and bowl, but he was dropped. That's the only chance that went a begging for Expo Lanka. So you've got to pick up every single catch. That's what the equation is. In the meantime, Kevin Kenulla, 2 for 29, the quick bowler, after 4 overs, comes back into the attack. So maybe the strategy is to use a faster bowler to try and pick up a wicket. Break the partnership, that's what it's all about. Kendula picked up 2 early wickets. And now he's back in the attack, looking to pick up a 3rd and get a breakthrough for Expo Lanka. So Kendall to operate from the pavilion end this time. He bowled from the far end of the grounds in his first 2 spells. And he's coming back to bowl from the pavilion end. Garlage will have the strikes, then 83 of 101 balls. Look at the field, it's well spread out at the moment. 3rd man, sweeper cover, backward point, extra cover, and a mid-off. That's the offside field. And here's Kenulla to start his 5th over. On the onside, they got the man at fine leg, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. Nicely played by Garlage. Sweeper does the tidying up. They'll pick up a single. So exactly 100 runs required by Singer Sri Lanka. 14.5 overs to get those 100 runs. And they got 6 wickets in hand. So deep mid-on in place. A mid-wicket along with a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. A square leg along with a fine leg in play. In fact, now we got the left-hander on strike. Basanayake has got a 3rd man, a backward point, extra cover, sweeper cover, and a deep mid-off on the offside. Well played, looking for a single. Could be out, or a direct hit would have had him. Not to be. There we are the chances going a begging for Expo Lanka. They know that that would have been a really a direct hit, would have really given them that wicket. There we are the batsman looking for that single. The throw comes in and the non-striker nowhere in the picture. So the second chance going a begging for Expo Lanka. Nicely pulled along towards deep mid wicket on the boundary. They pick up one more run. That's Basanayaka, who moves on to 31. So Expo Lanka have had their chances. They've gone a begging. One caught and bowled missed, and a run out chance. Pretty easy run out chance going a begging as well in this over. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump by Galage. Galage doesn't use his feet too much. Prefers to stand in the crease and deliver. Look at that. There we are. Offers the bat out outside the line of off stump. Didn't move his feet at all. But he's got 84 runs today so far for 103 balls. Had some beautiful hits, some big sixers as well. So 2 runs off this Kenulla over so far, of the 5 balls he's bowled. 99 required of 85 balls, 6 wickets in hand for Single Sri Lanka. Down the leg side, beats the wicket keeper. Down to the boundary it goes. That's wide as well. 4 wide. So 5 runs to the batting side. Those are bonus runs, in fact, for Single Sri Lanka. They'll take it. 173 for 4. Wicket keeper had no chance in cutting them off. Look at that. Kenulla down the leg side. Dive for the wicket keeper. Well, it raced to the boundary. And now the wicket keeper is down. The pad coming off. Has he got cramp? Well, he was acrobatic in the last delivery. He's smiling at the moment, so maybe some cramp. Some assistance from the dressing room as well. The umpire is getting involved in it. They want the game to continue quickly. Kevin Kenulla, none, 2 for 36 of 4.5 at the moment. Required run rate 6.64. They're going at 4.83. That's a look at the change rooms for the teams. Located on the left-hand side of our commentary position. Comfortable changing rooms for the teams as well. So the batsmen having a little chat. Hiruna Galage on 84 and Asanta Basanak on 31. Are we going to see a change of wicket keeper? Well, we don't know still. Work going on. The smiling wicket keeper. Perhaps he's got some cramp. Yes, it's been a hot afternoon here in Colombo at the MCA grounds. And obviously, if your salt intake is not as much as required, you will be subject to cramps. So Kenulla, the bowler, he's also with the rest of the team. Some physiotherapy going on the wicket keeper. His boot is off as well. Well, taking salt at this stage of no use once you get a cramp. You have to take a salt before you get a cramp. The boot coming on now, so perhaps the wicket keeper is ready to take his position. And always when you play cricket or any sport on a hot and humid day, it's always important for players to keep in mind they'll need some salt in their system to keep that cramp away. And particularly in Sri Lanka, a lot of players are subject to cramp once in a while. Right, so here we are. Perhaps the umpires also insisted that the players get on their feet, continue the game as well. 173 for 4 is the total. 35.5 overs completed. 11 extras this total. The Singer Sri Lanka innings at 173 for 4. Here in the Galage, 84, and there we are Basanaka on 31. What a partnership this has been. So the partnership is now 98 runs for the swift wicket between Galage and Basanaka. And this partnership has really helped Singer Sri Lanka, who were the underdogs in this game against Expo Lanka. In the group, Expo Lanka playing 2 games, having won both. Singer Sri Lanka has played 2, they lost both games. So obviously, Expo Lanka was a fancied team in this game, but Singer Sri Lanka perhaps has turned tables on Expo Lanka. We'll have to wait and see, because it could go down to the wire, in fact, this game. 94 required of 85 balls. Right, the players on their feet, so is the wicket keeper. And Kenulla will continue to complete this over. 1 ball left at the 36th. Along the ground towards backward point, lend the over as well. So 36 overs completed. And Singer Sri Lanka 173 for 4. So 94 required of 84 balls, 6 wickets in hand. That's the equation for Singer Sri Lanka. They've done so well to get to this stage, 173 for 4 in 36 overs. The target is 267. So Dilshan D'Souza to bowl his 7th over, 1 for 20 his figures. Played a little cameo with the bat as well this morning and gave Expo Lanka a flying start to the innings, but perished in the meantime. Way outside the line of off stump, but punched away towards sweeper for a single by Basanaka. And quite correctly, Basanaka giving the strike to Galage, who's on 84 at the moment of 105 balls. Basanaka moves over to 32 or 50. Adjustment of the field once again. The man at deep backward square leg now being brought into a backward square leg position. And the Galage comes forward, pushes out of the offside towards extra cover. So there's a short third man, a backward point, sweeper, short extra cover, and a long off on the offside. On the onside, the backward square leg, mid wicket and a deep mid wicket. Off the back foot played nicely. Sweeper will tidy up as the batsman crosses for 1. So Basanaka, the left hander, on strike at the moment. Few adjustments to the field because the left hander is on strike. They got that backward point. The short third man, extra cover, sweeper and the mid-off on the offside. Down the track, lofted over the head of that mid-off field and whacks the side screen. That's 6. That's well played by Basanaka. What a shot that was. Hit the side screen on the full. Good use of the feet. Look at that. Gets the elevation going, gets the distance going as well. There we go. 181 for 4. Trying to hit it on the onside, hits it hard in the ground. The bowler fields on his follow through and short mid wicket. Straight to a short extra cover. Ends the over. 37 completed. And Sri Lanka 181 for 4 with Asantha Basanak on 38. Hiruda Galage on 85. So 86 runs required of 78 balls, the equation. Garlag is on strike at the moment on 85. The right-hander. Kenula will bowl his 6th over, also from the pavilion end. Expo Lanka looking to their quick bowler to pick up a wicket for them to get the breakthrough. It's not been so far. Well played. Sweeper will tidy up. They'll pick up 1 for that. 182 for 4. So the partnership now 107 runs for the 5th wicket. What a partnership this has been. They came together at 75 for 4. They need 85 of 77. Very gettable when they got wickets in hand. And especially with Basanaka and Gallage in the middle. Again, nicely played. Sweeper will tidy up again. They'll pick up 1. So Basanak and Gallage, no great hurry to get those big shots going. They'll play the bowling on its merits. They feel they get the 84 runs in 76 balls. They don't lose a wicket here. Of course, Expo Lanka had their chances. A cotton ball dropped and a run out. A simple run out missed as well. Then they could have broken this partnership. Not to be. And Sri Lanka capitalize on those missed chances by Expo Lanka. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump by Gallage. Gallage doesn't use his feet. That's something we noticed, that he tries to stand the crease and play. Look at that as well. No foot movement. But he's been so successful with the bat. Played some delightful strokes. Out to backward point. Now the dot ball. Kenula 2 for 38 from 5.4 overs at the moment. The initial success he had, unable to reap any benefits since then. He picked up the first 2 wickets of all. Nice to play it down to third man. They'll pick up 1 for that. So after 34 overs, just the 1 ball being used. Up to the 34th, 2 white balls were used. The latest rules coming from the ICC and being followed in this tournament as well. They're thinking that perhaps the quicker bowlers will have a chance of bowling some reverse swing when 1 ball is being used. In there, played very nicely on the offside. Well, the man at deep mid off, did he get his foot over the line when he was touching the ball? Well, we don't know about that. The umpire is not checking that. He signals end of the over. 38 overs completed, and it's 185 for 4, single Sri Lanka. So there's the single Sri Lanka scorecard as well. Galage and Basanak have dominated the scorecard, putting up over 100-run partnership for this fifth wicket. They've really helped their team to a strong position at the moment. The target is 267 to win. About to start over number 39. So Sandakan back in the attack, 1 for 24 of 6 overs is Sandakan's figures. He's got 4 overs left. So the Expo Lanka captain looking to one of his bowlers to give him a breakthrough, to give him a wicket. But the two batsmen have batted superbly. Batsanayak and Galage not been under any pressure at all from the bowlers. Sandakan, the most experienced of the spinners in the Expo Lanka lineup. Nice play, a lovely shot. Cut that beautifully. Beats the backward point down to the boundary for 4. There's Basanayak at his best. Takes him on to 44. The total up to 189 for 4. The first ball of Sandakan's over. And look at that outside the right of off stump. Off the back foot. Plays it handsomely past that man at backward point and short third man, who had no chance in cutting that off, and gets up 4 runs. 78 of 71. Good use of feet. Lofts that on the onside. Where has it gone? Has it gone a long way? Yes, it has. That's 6. 4 and a 6. 10 runs of 2 balls for the Sandakan over. And Basanayaka gets to 50. 50 or 57 balls. What an innings it's been from Basanayaka's. Helped Galage on the way. And now look at that. Good use of the feet. Lofts that one on the onside. And the deep mid wicket. No chance at all. Just raced over the boundary for 6. Now, a little cramp, I think, for one of the batsmen. The glove is coming off. Is it Basanayak who's got a cramp at the moment? He's on the ground at the moment, so a hold up in play as well. We're in the 39th over. Come to the same subject of if you've got cramp and you've not taken enough salt. You can't take salt after you get a cramp and expect to recover. It takes a little while to absorb into your system. The umpires get together as well. And we got a little physio who's operating on the batsman, trying to relieve the pain of the cramp. Look at that, raising that left foot is that physio. There we go. More work being done. They know they need these two batsmen to bat till the end. Single Sri Lanka. The chance of winning this game and perhaps registering their first win in this competition, in this group of theirs. There's the pass score, 184. They've passed that, so even if it rains or whatever it is, they've passed that pass score, 184. They're on 195 or 4. They'll still win this match. And that will be a big relief for single Sri Lanka. The batsmen on their feet, the umpire is smiling. Is everything right at the moment? We'll have to wait and see. We're looking at some of the shots being played. There we go. This is excellent batting from this pair. There's the big six that's come up after the boundary. Gets to his 50 as well. So it is Basanayak who had the cramp. Hirunagalage supports him at the moment on 87. Basanayak on 50 or 57. 195 for 4 after 38.2. 72 required of 70. Very gettable indeed for Singer Sri Lanka. Lakshan Sandakan, 6 and a 4 in the 2 balls. His ball is over. 10 runs of the first 2 balls. Right, the batsman up. Play about to resume again. And here's Lakshan Sandakan from the find. So Expo Lanka will have to pull out all the experience they have from the players in their ranks. Try and pick up a wicket here, because Basanayak and Garlagat have batted superbly. Came together at 75 for 4. Is now 195 for 4. See, one partnership can change the complexion of a game. 72 of 68, very gettable indeed for Singer Sri Lanka. Nicely played. Sweeper will tidy up, but they'll pick up a single for that. So they walk the single this time. Not want to put too much pressure on the batsman. Recovering from cramp is Basanayak. He moves on to 51. It'll be sad for Singer Sri Lanka if Basanayak is not able to use his feet to dance down the track. We saw him do that for that 6 he played. And now it's Galage on strike on 87 of 111 balls. Plays defensively. End of the over. 39 completed. Singer Sri Lanka 196 for 4 with Galage on 87 of 112. Basanayak on 51 of 60. Sandakan 7 overs, 1 for 35. And that's the latest situation from the MCA grounds in this mercantile B division game in the Premier League between Singer Sri Lanka and Expo Lanka. As I talk to you, the light has dipped a bit. The sun has gone behind those clouds. So it's not as bright as it used to be. And Singer Sri Lanka ahead on the Duckworth Lewis. Malsha Tarupati to bowl his 4th over, none for 24. Didn't bowl too well in his first spell. He's bowling to Basanayak. Cracks it on the offside. Sweeper will tidy up. Basanayak is really struggling. He's walking through that single. And Singer Sri Lanka will want Basanayak to bat through this innings. So brings Garlage on strike. 70 of 65 the equation. We're in over number 40 at the moment. 39.1 overs completed. Current run rate 5.03, requires 6.46. So Galage plays it out towards sweeper once again. Damble through for the single. Pulled away on the onside by Basanayak. Deep backward squarely got the boundary. There's the fielding. They get one more run. So 199 for 4 after 39.3 overs. Galage on strike. Game plays very nicely. No problems at all from the bowlers to these batsmen, and Galage picks up a single. The 200 comes up, 200 for 4 after 39.4 overs. Another landmark in this single Sri Lanka innings to bring up the 200 for 4. 67 or 62 the equation. There we are. Next one hit hard into the ground. Galage wanted a single. Basanaka was not quite ready for it. So dot ball. And we've had 4 runs so far in this Tarupati over. Very short. Pulled over the offside. Where is that gone? Has it gone all the way? Wait for the umpire's call on that. Yes, it's gone all the way for 6. Well played by Basanaka. That's a great shot from him, even though he's incapacitated with a cramp as well. And Tarupati, that's a big over for single Sri Lanka. We look at that. Shot outside the line of off stump. Basanaka made full use of that. And with the short boundaries, he made maximum use of getting that 6. So ends the over. 40 completed. Single Sri Lanka 206 for 4. Basanaka 59. Galage on 89.
So this has been a very impressive run chase. 61 of 60 now. They never really let it get beyond that 7 runs per over mark. It was always below the 7 runs per over mark. Control this run chase really well. And what a partnership it has been. Outstanding effort. 89 to Hiruna Galage of 114. And Asantha Basnayaka has taken over 59 of 64. He was going at around a 50 strike rate, but suddenly has decided to explore and has found the boundary regularly. This has been a brilliant batting display by single Sri Lanka. Still 61 to get the final 10 overs. Still a long way to go. But if these two continue for a few more overs, you could probably think it's all but done for Singha. Their batting has been decent in this tournament. Like I mentioned the other day, they've got a good score. They lost in the last over to Navaloka chasing when Navaloka had to chase down 270 odd. So they have batted decent. 132 of 144 balls. What a partnership it has been. You can't ask for more. To have a big partnership at a very good strike rate at almost a runner ball is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And we must not forget, this is not an ordinary bowling attack. Lakshan Sandakan, Malsha Tharupati, Sri Lankan under 19 player, international player Lakshan Sandakan. You have the experience of the others like Himarshal Liyanage as well in this lineup. 2 young, good fast bowlers in Manava Madhubhashana and Kenula. So the effort from these two have been fantastic. They have always looked to rotate the single, and when it needed, just to ease that pressure, they have found the boundary. Goes down the track again. Handsome into those boards, straight over the bowler's head. Basnayaka is playing a gem here. 66 of 66 now. And Sandakan's first 5 overs went for 15. And his last 3 or 2.5 overs have gone for 29. So he's really been taken to the cleaners in this last couple of overs. There you go again, inside out over extra cover. Absolutely brilliant batting. Beautiful striking of the ball by Basnayaka. He's now decided to try and finish this game off quickly as possible. 41 done, 219 for 4. So Sandakan's last 3 overs have gone for 33. First 5 overs for 15 and the last three, 6, 7 and 8, have gone for 33 runs. He's bowled 8 now for 48. And this partnership 144 for 148. The required run rate has gone below 6 runs per over. It's just a 5.33. Fantastic effort, left and right hand combination. Never let the bowlers settle down. I think the key part of this partnership has been the rotation of the strike. They continue to get the 3-4 singles per over on a regular basis and then maximize the with a boundary when needed. So Ross Kathatil has been brought into the bowling attack. Surprised that he didn't bowl much earlier. They've held him back, but I think now it's a desperate situation for the captain, Amir Soisa. He needs a partnership breakthrough here just to create some sort of a pressure to try and crawl the way back into the game. Surprisingly, he wasn't used earlier. Bowls a few overs at the club level, especially with the left hand out there for a while. Could have tried Raskatharil. Tends to mix it up. Just bowls those sort of cutters. Rolls his finger over. Can mix it up. Mix the pace up. There you go. There you go. Almost got the man. This is what I was talking about. Ross Kathatil is able to always create some sort of doubt because of his slow cutters. You see, floated that one up, and the batsman took the bait, chipped it in there. Valiant attempt. That would have been a brilliant catch. Got both hands to it, just could not hold on. So for the first time in this innings, Hirunagalage playing a false shot there, but he's escaped because he's played a very good knock so far. 92 for 120 deliveries. He's been really good. Deserves that 100. Going down the leg side. So 47 required in 50 deliveries. That's been a good over. Very good over so far. Just a 1 run. Now a few overs like this will put some pressure. Once again, widen that gap between runs and balls. That's what Expo Lanka need. Just a 1 run. Excellent first over from Ross Kathatil. 42 done. 220 for 4. So they lost early wickets in the row for 4, Kodituaku for 3, Umesh Kasun 33 of 31, he batted well. And then Dilshan didn't last long, but it has been all this partnership, 92 and 70 apiece for Hirunagalage and Basnayaka. So Nimesh Gunasinghe bowled the 3 overs for 16. Can he break this partnership? Can he do something? Current partnership 145 of 154. Goes over the top. Just a single though for Galage. He must be a tired man out there, but he's not giving it away. good thing about the partnership is once Galage slowed down a bit, Basnaika took over. He played the big shots. He took his time to settle in. But once he got in to those 40s and past his half century, he has really exploded, Asanta Basnaika. It's gone. Now this is what they wanted against the run of play. Nimesha Gunasinghe has struck, going for the slog sweep. I just mentioned how well he has played Basnaika. Faint edge on that one, I think, to the wicket keeper. Good catch at the end. But a 146 run partnership comes to an end. They deserved a 150 run partnership there. He was looking to go over curve corner. Faint nick on that one. And umpire Asanka Nanekara lifts his finger. But well played. Janet Kaushalbi and the stumps takes the catch. Basnaika departs for 70. 3 fours, 5 sixers in that innings. He's played a very good hand and put them in an important winning position. A brilliant 146 run partnership with Hiruna Galage. Kamindu Nirmana has walked in at number 7. Needing 46 of 46. So Nimesha Gunasinghe has managed to put the brakes now, picking up that wicket. New batter. He'll take a few deliveries to settle down. So it's very important that Hiruna Galage continues. Trying to take on the bowler. Didn't time that at all. Picks up a single, Nirmana. Good over. 4 runs and a wicket for Nimesha Gunasinghe. 43 done, 224 for 5. So current run rate 5.21, required run rate 6.14. So this is a change of bowling, just a 1 over for Roscoe Tuttle. He bowled a very good over, but he's been replaced now by Hivin Kenula. I'm rather surprised. I thought he'll get another over, probably because Kavindu Nirmana is a big hit off the ball. I think that's the reason they're gone for pace instead of the slow off cutters or cutters, we may call it, of Roscoe Tuttle. So Samir Sois are ringing the changes. Since that wicket has fallen, they know that they have some sort of chance. 43 and 42 required. Pulls that away, and he's gone. That's an excellent catch coming in from the boundary. Well held. Short delivery. Picked up the length early, but couldn't get the elevation, couldn't get it into the gap. Now 2 wickets have fallen quickly. So this is what could happen once the partnership is broken. It's difficult for new batters to come and get going straight away. Now this is huge for Expo Lanka. They're back in the game, no doubt about it. 224 down for 224 for the loss of the 6 wickets. Just outside the off stump. Beaten. Even Canula, 3 for 40 for him. He's been expensive though, just into his 7th over. Sandun Fernando is out there. He needs to partner Hirunagal again. Now they cannot afford to lose wickets. They just need the 1s and the 2s. They lost their way a bit the last couple of overs since that wicket because they were just going great guns and nothing has happened. Roscoe Tuttle bowled a superb over, and then we saw Gunasinghe picking up a wicket, and now Kenula has picked up a wicket. So things have started to happen for Expo Lanka, beaten outside the off stump. So these last 3 overs have been very productive. The innings has gone nowhere. Forcing Hirunagalage hasn't got the strike as well. And it was a runner ball, now 43 in 39. So that the required run rate has jumped up once again. Few dot deliveries can change the complexion of the game really quickly. This is good stuff. 4 dot balls. Just a single. Gallagher finally gets the strike. He's on 94. But now a lot of responsibility on him after those 2 wickets. He knows that he has to get these 42 runs, a majority of them, in the last 5 overs or 6 overs coming up. Excellent over, 1 run and a wicket by Hevin Kenula. 44 done, 225 for 6. Sumal Shatarapurati, 4 overs for 34, very expensive. So they decided to use the wrist spinner against the tail enders. Can be a good move. Generally, the low order find it difficult to pick wrist spinners. Can be a good move. Can go the other way as well. Can be expensive. You never know. Sandun Fernando, that's all he needs to be doing. Picking up the single, give it as much as possible back to Hiruna Galage. Galage looking to charge. He has to be careful. If he gets out, I think this will be curtains for Singha. Galage's wicket is the crucial, is the decider between these two teams. They were going so well until Basnayaka got out. They were just a cruise into victory. This is what could happen. Game can change very quickly. Sandun Fernando doesn't look a tail ender. He looks to be well equipped with the bat. Oh, that's powerfully struck. That's oh, he's gone though. I just mentioned this could be the game changer. Well, I think he too thought that will go to the boundary. Malcha Tarupati tossing one up. He went straight down the ground, but didn't really get the power behind that one. Sort of sliced it. Playing against the turn, and the fielder coming in from long off. Takes the catch comfortably. Now the two set batters, first Basnayaka and now Hiruna Galage. For a well-made 95, struck 5 fours, 3 sixers. This was a very good innings. A macho innings caught by Dilshan D'Souza. Malcha Tarupati has got the wicket. And now you feel that Singha are in some sort of a trouble. 228 for 7. Dhanush De Silva has come in. He did a brilliant job with the ball. The 39 of 32 and 2 new batters at the crease. You feel that once again Expo Lanka has taken control of the game. Not much of an average. But if he can get 15 runs here, that may do. Tarupati, I mentioned leg spinners. Their wicket takers, he's expensive, but he's got that vital breakthrough. He's got the key wicket. I think he was looking to play it more towards long on, sort of sliced it. Didn't get enough of bat on that one to go the distance. Excellent over, 4 runs and a wicket. 45 done, final 5 coming up, 229 for 7.
Right, we're down to the last 5 overs of this innings. 229 for 7 is Single Sri Lanka. Target is 267. And down to the low order at the moment in the Single Sri Lanka innings. They lost those 2 batters, Basanayaka, and also with him, they lost that important wicket of Garlage. So Kenula to bowl his 8th over, 3 for 41 his figures. They need 38 of 30 balls, that's the equation. Danos De Silva is on 1, Sandun Fernando on 3. Playing a miss outside the line of off stump by De Silva. Garlage and Basanayaka did really well. And look at that one. Squared the batsman up as well. Again a play and a miss. 2 dot balls in the 46th over. But put a lot of pressure back on the batsman. There we go. 38 required of 28 balls. The equation becoming a bit more difficult for Single Sri Lanka. It was their game to throw away and lose, in fact, today. As Expo Lanka did not know what was really going on at one stage when that pair of Garlage and Basanayaka put on 145 runs to the 5th wicket. And this time comes forward, pushes out on the offside. No chance of run. The ball rolls out towards that short extra cover. Another dot balls. 3 dot balls from this Kenula over. Required rate is 8.44. They're going at 5.03 at the moment. So De Silva is still on 1 of 4 balls. Sandun Fernando is on 3 of 7 balls. We're down more or less to the tail, so that's where it becomes more difficult for batsmen to score runs. Again a play and a miss outside the line of off stump. 4 dot balls in this over from Kenula. No use of feet. Playing from the crease. .38 of 26 the equation. Required rate 8.77. This is where it becomes so difficult when it goes over 8 runs and over. Kenula is all smiles at the moment. He's bowled 4 good deliveries. Full toss driven down the ground towards a long on. They'll pick up 1 that time. But it won't do. 230 for 7 after 45.5. So 37 in 25 deliveries. That's what it's all about. 8.88 the required rate. Sandun Fernando on strike. Could he make a difference? Let's wait and see. Again a play and a miss. Good over. Just a 1 run off the over. 46 completed. Single Sri Lanka 230 for 7. Sandun Fernando on 3. And Danos De Silva on 2. There we are. In the block hole but outside the line of off stump. Part of the appeal. But there was no bat involved in that. So 37 required of 24 balls for Single Sri Lanka. gets a bit more difficult. And when you're down to the tail more or less, you don't have proper batsmen really to be in there. So required rate is 9.25. With every single dot ball, the pressure mounts on the batsman. Malsha Tarupati, 1 for 38, had the wicket in the last over. He's bowled 5 overs. He was expensive in his first 4 overs. Bowling from the far end of the grounds, he's bowling to Danos De Silva, the right-hander. Plays on the onside, single being taken. Tarupati runs across to his right to do the fielding, but can't prevent the single being taken. So one more to the total. 231 for 7. 36 of 23 is the equation. Sadun Fernando is back on strike. He's on 3. 9.39 the required rate. Nicely played. Open the face of the bat, running it down towards fine leg. A long chase to the fielder. The ball is slowing down. They'll come back for 2, and 2 is all they'll get. So 233 for 7. Takes Sandun Fernando on to 5. 34 of 22 the equation. So man been dropped to short fine leg now as the deep backward square leg running to do the fielding the last delivery. Again worked on the onside, down to short fine leg, a single being taken. 234 for 7. Field well spread at the moment. Again a little sweep shot down towards fine leg. This time the man fielding at deep backward square leg is in very quickly. There's the fielding, only a single this time. 235 for 7 after 46.4 overs. Required rate is now 9.60. Went for a big heave on the offside. Did he get back to that? The ball runs down to short third man. In fact, bye called. So there was no bat involved. It's an extra, but they still get 1 run. 236 for 7. 31 required of 19 balls at the moment. Down the track, taken on the full, hit away on the offside. Did it go over the boundary? We'll wait for the umpire's call. He calls out 4. That'll end the over with that boundary. So 47 overs completed. And Single Sri Lanka 240 for 7. There's that shot taken on the full, hit away on the onside. Bounces short of the boundary. So that 4 runs adds to the total as well of 240 for 7. Fernando on 6, De Silva on 8. And that's the end of the 47th over. So 27 runs required in 3 overs. That's the equation for Single Sri Lanka. So close and still so far. And thanks to 145 runs partnership between Gal Lage and Vasanayaka, they got from 75 for 4 to 221 for 5. What a partnership that was. And really took them very close to victory, but they lost those 2 wickets very quickly. Right, so here we are, Kenula once again from the pavilion end. Fernando flicks that down towards the backward square leg. The fielder won't get there, into the boundary for 4. This is a valuable boundary for Single Sri Lanka. First ball of the 48th over. Nicely played away. 244 for 7. Takes Fernando into double figures. He's on 10. 267 the target. Required rate drops to 8.12. The field well spread out. The line at a deep backward square leg or short fine leg now. Drives nicely on the offside. Fielder, he gets there just in time to pick it up. They're coming back for the second run. 2 runs taken. That's well run. And looking for the overthrows, but not to be. So 2 more runs the total. 246 or 7. 47.2 overs completed. 21 required of 16 deliveries. That's the equation for Single Sri Lanka. Still very gettable. Required rate drops to 7.88. Kenula 3 for 48 from 8.2 overs. So this is going to be a testing over, in fact, for Expo Lanka. How well will Kenula bowl this over? Again, adjustment of the field. They got the right-handed Sandun Fernando on strike. He's on 12 of 13 balls. Dhanush De Silva is on 8 at the non-strikers end. Short and pulled away. Pulled beautifully on the onside. One bounced the fielder at a deep backward square leg. Almost carried to that fielder, but took it to the first bounce. They pick up a single for that. 247. 20 of 15 is the equation. So Dhanush De Silva and Sandun Fernando not giving up the ghost at the moment. They're still going to fight again. This is that last delivery. Short. Pulled away on the onside. One bounce to the fielder there. And here's Kenula once again. Hit away on the offside. Straight to extra cover. That's a dot ball. Every single dot ball will put pressure on the batting side. 247 for 7 after 47.4 overs. 20 of 14 in the equation. So he makes room for himself to hit that on the offside, but straight to the fielder. De Silva on 8 of 10 balls. Down the track. Maybe took it on the pad, but they'll cross for a single. Wait for the umpire's call. Was it leg by? Yes, leg by called, but they still get that 1 run. So the bowler and the batsman, they crash at the striker's end. The batsman still on the ground. There we go. Look at that. The full toss down the leg side. And both running in. And look at the crash taking place now. As the bowler flicks the ball back. Batsman over the bowler. These are little things that happen in cricket sometimes. Batsman is down at the non-striker, or at the striker's end, in fact. So 1 ball lifted the 48th over as well. Sandun Fernando is down. Assistance from perhaps the physio. Wincing in pain at the moment is Fernando. But he knows the job is not done at the moment. 19 of 13 balls the equation. Expo Lanka again in little huddle. Having a little discussion as to what to really do. Bowlers to be used. And the physio got a little bag out with him. And once again we look at that, what really happened there. There's the bowler in. The batsman comes in as well. Trying to hit the wickets down. He does hit the wickets. But they crash together, the bowler and the wicket keeper and the batsman. Right, so on his feet now. Job has still got to be completed. The physio's job is over for the moment, making sure that the batsman is okay on his feet. So Kenula has got 1 ball left in his 9th over. And Single Sri Lanka need 19 of 13 balls. They got 3 wickets in hand. Required rate is 8.77. Fernando is on 13. De Silva is on 8 at the moment. But Fernando has the strike for the last ball of the 48th over. Got so much dust on his clothes as well, trying to dust it off. So the equation staring into Single Sri Lanka's face at the moment. Expo Lanka, they know what they've got to do. Kevin Kenula at the top of his mark. On his way now to bowl the last ball of his 9th and the 48th of the innings. Oh, nicely played. Out caught. Making room for himself down the leg on the offside. Sandhu Fernando tried to flick that down towards fine leg. Got the bat. The wicket keeper moved quickly across. And there we are. They lose their 8th wicket at the moment. And it's all happening here at the MCA grounds. And it's 248 for 8. Look at that. Flicking it. And the wicket keeper made no mistake about that. A big wicket for them. And Sri Lanka lose their 8th. 248 for 8. Sandhu Fernando, man out for 13. One boundary in that innings. So down to the tail now for Sri Lanka. Dhanush De Silva is down 8. The required rate now is 9.50. So 48 overs completed. 248 for 8. 19 required of 12 balls. That's the equation. And this over, the 49th, is going to be the testing time in this game. Will Expo Lanka come good in this over, or will Sri Lanka take advantage? This will be a testing over in this game. But this game has gone down to the wire more or less. What a game this has been, because Expo Lanka put in the bat today, made 266 for 8 in their 50 overs, a run rate of 5.32, setting Sri Lanka 267 to win. Not an easy target to get. But how well they batted. That 5th wicket partnership of 145 runs really helped their cause. But they lost wickets after that. And now, Ashan Fernando, the new man in. He joins Dhanush De Silva. And Manasseh De Silva to bowl his 6th over. None for 14 his figures. The medium pacer for the fire into the grounds. Field well spread. Short third man. Deep backward point to the boundary. Sweep on the boundary. Long off also on the boundary. India. Well, there we are. Very soft dismissal again. Now that's something that Sri Lanka did not want, to lose a wicket the first ball, the 49th over. And played straight into the hands of that waiting mid-off. Look at that. Mid-off didn't have to move. Just kept his eyes on the ball. Very soft dismissal again. And Manasseh De Silva picks up his first wicket. 1 for 14 of 5.1. And Dhanush De Silva goes for 8. And now we're down to the last pair in this innings. And Sri Lanka perhaps has squandered their chance of winning this match. Villaratne is the last man walking in to join Ashan Fernando. Both batsmen are not. 19 of 11 balls, the equation. Manasseh De Silva, 1 for 14. He's picked up an important wicket. Required rate is 10.36 at the moment. And Expo Lanka has certainly come back strongly this game. They got their nose ahead now in this match against Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, I suppose, they will rue the fact that they could have won this match. The game was theirs to lose, in fact. And here's Villaratne. Open the face, trying to run it down towards third man. Doesn't make contact. A dot ball. Typical number 11 stroke. Didn't get a touch. That wicketkeeper collects again. Villaratne on strike at the moment. 19 of 10 the equation. And here's De Silva once again from the far end. Pushed out of the offside. They pick up a single for that. So Villaratne is off the mark with 1. 249 for 9 after 48.3 overs. Brings Ashan Fernando on strike. He's still to score, is Ashan Fernando. He still faces a ball, in fact. So we don't have any idea as to what his batting skills are. Let's see what happens. 18 required of 9 balls. That's the equation. Bit difficult when you got number 10 and 11 in the middle. Thick edge down towards third man. Picked up inside the boundary by the third man fielder. They cross for one. Ashan Fernando didn't know very much about that, but got some bat onto it. So it's 250 for 9 after 48.4 overs. So required rate climbs to 12.75. They're going at 5.14 at the moment. There we are. The scoreboard registers 250 for 9 with number 9 and number 8 in the middle. Down the leg side, wide call. Could be a run out here. Nope. Perhaps the batsman has made his ground. Well, it's all happening. A wide being called. Manasa de Silva bowling down the leg side. So 252 for 9. That's got to be re-bowled, that wide. So Ashan Fernando is on strike once again. 2 balls left in this 49th over. Required rate is 11.25. De Silva on his way. Balls that's lofted on the offside, in the air for a long time. One bounce the fielder at sweeper cover. They'll pick up one for that. 253 for 9 after 48.5 overs. 14 required of 7 balls. That's the equation. So Manasa de Silva has done pretty well in this over. He's conceded 3 runs, or 4 runs in fact, and picked up a wicket. Played away on the onside to backward square leg. Again a single being taken. That will complete the over as well. So 49 overs completed. And Single Sri Lanka moved on to 254 for the loss of 9 wickets. Ashan Fernando on 2 and Velaratna on 2 as well. And there we are. The target is 267 for Single Sri Lanka. The last over coming up. 6 balls left to get 13 runs. Gettable, but not easy for a last pair in any game. And let's see who holds the last over. So Hivin Kenula will bowl the last over for the pavilion end. He's bowled 9 overs. 4 for 49. He was expensive in the early overs. They want to keep the things in check. Expo Lanka. So Velaratna is on strike on 2. He takes guard from the umpire. Required rate is 13 runs per over. That's the required rate. 13 in 6 balls. The equation. Hivin Kenula, right arm over the wicket, bowling from the pavilion end as the light dips as well. Time 5:40 on the clock. And here goes Kenula, first ball of the 50th over. Driven nicely on the offside. Sweeper will tidy up. They get one. Now they're looking for 2. Yes, they're looking for 2, but change their mind in the end. The return comes in very quickly, well backed up as well. Just 1 run. And now 12 needed of 5 balls. As Ashan Fernando is on strike now. Becomes a bit more difficult. 12 of 5. You need a couple of boundaries, in fact, now to try and bridge that gap. Field well spread. Third man, backward point, sweeper. Extra cover and a deep mid off on the offside. Fernando, the right hand on strike. Down the track, takes on the pad. The ball rolls out on the onside. The bowler runs across to do the fielding, so they'll pick up 1 leg by. A leg by signal by the umpire. 256 for 9. 11 required of 4, so it's not going to be easy. Tough ask for Single Sri Lanka. They had the opportunities to win this match. Lost important wickets, and Expo Lanka came back strongly. So Expo Lanka looking to keep their unbeaten record in their group alive. They played 2, they won 2. This is their 3rd game. Let's see what happens. We got 4 balls left in the innings. Short outside the line of off stump. Dot ball as it goes to the wicket keeper. So 11 in 3. Required rate is 22 runs and over. 4 for 50. Hibin Kenula, his figures after 9.3 overs. Velaratne is on strike. He's on 3 of 5. And here's Kenula once again. Stops in his tracks. In the air. Fielder getting under it. Out caught. And there we are, Single Sri Lanka all out after 49.4 overs. 256 all out. Well, they had a go at it to make 267 to win. But in the end, it was a bit too much for them. And 256 all out after 49.304 overs. And this is a win for Expo Lanka once again. So played 3, they've won 3. There we are, it goes in there. Big hike on the offside. Fielder gets under it, keeps his eyes on the ball. In the end, straightforward catch. And there we are with them bowled out for 256. Shake of hands right round. So Expo Lanka win by 11 runs. It's a good win for them in the end. But of course, Single Sri Lanka gave it their all. No doubt about it. Gave it their all to try and win this match. Not to be today, because they had a partnership of 145 for the 5th wicket. And after that partnership was broken, the wickets started to fall around them, and they were bowled out for 256 in 49.4 overs. So Kenula ends up with 5 for 50 of 9.4 overs. Sean Fender remains not out on 2. And in the end, a win for Expo Lanka. They'll take it any day. Played 3 matches and won 3. And that's a 100% record for them to lead their group. As the light starts to dip as well at the MCA grounds in Colombo, there with the clock reading 5:45 at the moment. And there's the scorecard for the Single Sri Lankan side. 256 all out in 49.4 over 16 extras. The last man out was Velaratne, who made 3. Ashan Fernando not out on 2. So look at the runs being scored. Hiruna Galage made 95, a top score. And Asanta Basanayaka making 70 of 71 balls with 5 sixes and 3 fours. That really put their partnership 145 runs and helped Single Sri Lanka to a very strong position in this match. And in the end, it was not enough to really pull this off at the last moment. We look at the bowling figures as well for Expo Lanka. How the bowlers fared in this game. There we are. The pick of the bowlers certainly was their quick bowler, who picked up 5 wickets of 50. Kendula, he's the one who bowled the 9.4 overs, 5 for 50. And then 1 wicket each for the other bowlers as well. And Malsha Tarupati was expensive but picked up 1 wicket. Gunasinghe also picked up 1, so did Lakshan Sandakan, also being expensive. And look at the follow wickets, 1 for 4, 2 for 24, 3 for 61, 4 for 75, then the 145 run partnership for the 5th wicket, 221 for 5, 224 for 6, 228 for 7, 248 for 8, 248 for 9, and 256 all out. Well, that's where they lost those wickets at regular intervals. We bowled off for 256 in 49.4 overs. Right, let's take a look at the highlights of that innings as well. And there the runs came in nicely at the start. And that wicket, quick wicket, this is down the leg side, out to the boundary for 4, flicked away beautifully on the one side. This one again played down towards the 3rd man. In the air for a while, out caught, good catch. And this one is played away towards the backward point for 4 more runs. Fast outfield. And again, nicely played towards deep mid wicket. Big heave on the onside. Didn't quite get hold of it too well. But there we are, that one played down towards the fine leg again. Boundary coming in. And hit straight away. Out towards extra cover to be caught. There's a stumping that comes good. Again played towards that backward square leg region, the boundary. And then the partnership started to swell for Singer Sri Lanka. Runs were coming. Nice play, the left hand, right hand combination as well of Basanayaka and Garlage certainly helped their cause. Look at that, fielder's left stand. And then another big heave by Basanayaka. And here's Garlage with that boundary. What a big shot from Basanayaka. And off the back foot, he thumps that past that backward point and third man for four. Again, good use of the feet. Finds the boundary, over the boundary in fact. That he was going great guns that time. Basanayaka really built up on confidence. And look at that. Inside screen. Pulled away on the onside. Sweep had no chance, and then there we are. That's the court behind. The wicket keeper catches it. And then the wicket started to fall for Singer Sri Lanka. Down the track again, taken the full. Hit away down to the boundary for, flicked away down towards the backward square leg for four more. And there's that reverse sweep gone wrong. The wicket keeper takes the catch. And then a straightforward catch at mid-off. And the last man playing up towards backward point. Shake of hands all around. And this was a big win of 11 runs by Expo Lanka, who go through unbeaten in their 3 matches. And there we are with the match summary. Expo Lanka Holdings made 266 for 8. And then also made 97, Roscoe Coffee with 38, Dilshan D'Souza 37. And Nirmana, Kosun and Ashwin Fernandez 2 wickets each. And Singer Sri Lanka 256 all out in 49.4 overs. Hirno Galage outstanding in his 95 of 125 balls. Asanta Basanayaka 70 of 71. Umesh Kasul made 33 of 31. And the wickets, Kenula picked up 5 wickets. Manasa D'Souza 1 with Dilshan D'Souza 1 wicket as well. So we come to the end of an interesting game here at the MCA grounds. And we hope you enjoyed our live telecast of all the action from these grounds in this game between Singer Sri Lanka and Expo Lanka. We thank you for your company. And it's time for us to say good night and goodbye from the MCA grounds on behalf of our entire crew. That's our production team and commentary team. We say thank you for your company.